First call, class number 3, junior commercial use. 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 There's been a cell phone turned into the livestock office, so if you're missing your cell phone, if you can identify it, it is in the livestock office. There's been a cell phone turned into the livestock office, so if you're missing your cell phone, if you can identify it, it is in the livestock office. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the arena today. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the arena today. Second call, Class 3, Junior Commercial Ewes. Please be making your way to the ring at this time. Second call, Class 3, Junior Commercial Ewes. Please be making your way to the ring at this time. Last call. Last call. Class 3 junior commercial Ewes. We're missing Bryce Fisher and Ella Dora. Bryce Fisher and Ella Dora.
We get in this second class, and I just the excitement keeps building. And, you know, here in the crowd, if you get one that's your favorite and we pull them in, you go ahead and give them a big round of applause, because I think there's a lot of work that goes into this. And I'm sure the kids will appreciate your appreciation of what they've done here in the ring today. The one that I'm going to use to win this class, this one hits me with all the right angles. She ties up into her front end very nicely for me. As you study her, she is by far the best fronted one in the entire class. She sets that neck up at the top of her shoulder. She lays her blade right into her front end. A sheep that's nice down her top. She's square out of her hip. I like the sheep when she's moving a little slower out in the ring. The young lady wants to get out here and run a race. Where this one really looks good for me is when we get her into a nice natural stride. I think she puts everything together. She's not the thickest one. She's not the stoutest bone, but she is the most complete in my eyes. That one's made very, very, very well for me. The ewe lamb that we put in second place, I think that's the one that follows our class winner in terms of her front end design. She throws her neck really up high into her shoulder. She lays good into her blade. She's straight down her top. Where she beats the sheep that's in third, she's more relaxed in her spine as we put her around the ring. She does get a notch straight off of her rear hock for me, but she handles them just a notch better than our third place ewe does. The ewe that we have in third, she might be the heaviest muscled one that we have on our top trio. She opens up with a great deal of width down her top out of her hip. This sheep just gets a little too straight off her front end for me. She gets too straight off of her hock, and when we put her into motion, she just doesn't keep that coordination out of her hind hip, and that's why I put her in the third hole. The sheep that we put in fourth, another power sheep. This sheep opens up with the most rack in terms of shape out of her top. As we study this gal, she gets a little more advanced in her maturity. She's laying down a little more cover than any of the sheep in the class. And where she gets beat for me is she gets too round out of the point of her shoulder. And as we study her in motion, she really drops that dock down and she gets too round in her movement off of her back end for me. The ewe that we put it around our top 5 off with, a real stout bone, rugged made one I like in terms of her balance of her underline. I like the width and dimension she has down her top. This gal just gets a little too short in her cannon for me. She gets a little too early in her maturity pattern, in those indications that she's just going to be a little smaller, faster one to get there and mature out for us. That's why she rounds up our top 5. Let's give them a big round of applause for bringing us a really nice set. Nice sheep in. A little too short in her cannon for me. She gets a little too early in her maturity pattern, in those indications that she's just going to be a little smaller.
Thank you, Mr. Willoughby. Placings from class number 2, Junior Commercial Ewes. In 10th place, Broxton Mewes. In 9th place, Emma Neal. 8th place, Barrett Bradshaw. 7th place, Michaela Williams. 6th place, Kylie Gregory. 5th place, Sarah Connor. 4th place, Savannah Witt. 3rd place, James Schulz. 2nd place, Case Martinez. And in 1st place, Madison McCashlin. Entering the ring now, class number 3, Commercial Ewes. Attention in the barns, there is a black Ford pickup parked to the north of the Morris Center barn, license plate MDP 1607. And that vehicle will need to be moved immediately. Black Ford pickup parked north of the barn. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors as they exit the ring. Let's go ahead and have first call, Class 4 Junior Commercial Ewes. First call, Class 4 Junior Commercial Ewes. Second call, Class 4 commercial use. Second call, Class 4 commercial use. Just another quick reminder, there will be no belly wool or foreign products allowed in the show today. No belly wool or foreign products. Last call, Class 4 commercial use. Class 4, we're missing Bryce Fisher and Cross Combs. Bryce Fisher and Cross Combs.
Well, this has been a fun class. I think there's been a lot of good ones from top to bottom, and it's great to come in to where you've got some selections on what you want to land on and the choices you want to make. The lamb that I'm going to use to win the class is, I think, the one that kind of blends together with the class winners that we've had in the previous classes. To repeat myself, this one is the best constructed from front to rear, in my opinion. I love how she comes together in her shoulder, how she sets her neck up high into her shoulder, lays her blade down in her. This sheep is the most complete when we put her out into motion. I love how she just tucks her chest up in her. She balances up from chest to flank, and when you get your hands on her, she gets really exciting. The lamb that we put in second place, this is the bigger bone, bigger footed one, a sheep that is really stout and rugged from front to rear, a sheep that just gets a little straighter, and that's getting real nitpicky on a real good one, because I think this top trio is really, really good. The sheep's elevated through her front end, and that's what I like about this sheep in relationship to our third place sheep. When we put her out into motion, this one travels uphill for me. She's taller fronted. She's more attractive through her front 1/3. When we put her into motion, that's why she beats the sheep that's in third. When we plant this sheep that's in third, just love the balance and design that this gal has. She is right in her chest floor. She's right in her flank. She handles down her top. She comes into a big old wampin hip that I really like about her, where she falls shy, and I'm telling you, just getting real nitpicky. She gets a little lower fronted as we travel her around the ring. If I could lift her up through her front end, she presses those top two really, really hard. The lamb that we put in fourth, a real nice fronted sheep, a sheep that's just a little plainer in her look. She gets a little deeper and broodier for me, a sheep that's really nice in terms of her body shape and her design, just a little plainer in her look, but I love the freshness that this gal has. I love the stoutness that she has, a real good one. The lamb that we put into fifth around our top five off, a real powerful sheep, a sheep that's powerful down her top through her hip, a sheep that's deep and broody, a sheep that stands down on a good substance of bone and mass. Like her a great deal. Again, all the sheep that have come through the ring in this class, really, really good. Let's give them a big round of applause for a nice set.
Thank you, Mr. Willoughby. Placings from Class 3 Commercial Ewes. In 10th place, Ella Dora. 9th place, Isabella Weiss. 8th place, Beidler Weiss. 7th place, Nyla Lerma. 6th place, Rylan Sims. 5th place, Kaylin Burnside. 4th place, Kaysen Knight. 3rd place, Madison Mutina. 2nd place, Bryce Fisher. In 1st place, Olivia Sandy. Entering the ring now will be Class 4 Junior Commercial Ewes.
Class 5 commercial ewes. Class 5 commercial ewes. You make your way to the make ready rim, please.
Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors as they exit the ring. Let's go ahead and get second call. Class 5 Junior Commercial Ewes. Class 5 Junior Commercial Ewes. Final call, Class 5 Commercial Ewes. Final call, Class 5 Commercial Ewes. We have a few missing from Class 5. If we could get Misty McElroy, Ava Dora, and William Baker to the ring at this time, please. Thank you. Attention in the barns. There was a white Ford Escape car, Indiana license plate ZEF519. It's parked in front of 5C out here north of the barn. That will need to be moved immediately or it will be towed. White Ford Escape.
We get into another real good set of sheep, and we got a little bit of differences in what we've had in some of the classes. We've got a little bit of different types and kinds in our top 5. The lamb that I'm going to use to win the class, she's the most complete in my eyes. And when she came into class and we get into those top 10, she floats to the top to me pretty quick. She's the most complete in her design for me. She's the best constructed through the front 1/3 of her body. And then when you put her out into motion, I think she has more coordination and balance in terms of her design as we move her around the ring. Things get a little more challenging for me as we get into the next 4. We get some give and take with things. The sheep that I'm going to use is a lamb that I love the power, I love the width, the squareness of hip, stoutness of structure that our sheep has in the second position. maybe like to make this gal just a notch just tucked up more in her front end, and maybe make her just a little more angularity to her shoulder as we put her into motion. But I think with the power, the roundness of body that she has, she needs to fall in the second position for me. The sheep that we put in third, I love the design of this gal. She's really nice in terms of her balance from her chest floor to her flank. I like how square she comes out of her hip. I like the way she maneuvers and the way she balances herself around the ring. To say that she is probably the lightest muscle to the top 5 is the way I see her in this top 5. And if I could change her and get her to press those top 2 lambs, I'd like to just power her up a little bit, just give her a notch more muscle. But I just love the pattern, love the design. I think she falls into 3 for me, and that's why she's there. The 2 lambs that we come in next, we find some problems with those 2 sheep. They both get a little straight off of both ends for me. As we watch them maneuver around the ring, they're both just a hair too straight in their hock, a notch too straight up and down in their shoulder blade for me. I'm going to use the lamb in fourth because she just has a bit more power, a bit more roundness of body than what our 5th place sheep does, just a little stouter look. The blue lamb that we round the top 5 off with, again, a sheep I like, and we're getting to really critical on things because this sheep has a lot of power down her top and out of her hip. She's one that just gets too straight and maybe just like to make her a notch thicker to get into that top 5, or top 4. Let's give them a big round of applause, a real nice class from top to bottom.
Thank you, Mr. Willoughby. Placings from Class 4 Commercial Ewes. In 10th place, Cameron Sincooley. 9th place, Hayden Dean. 8th place, James Schulz. 7th place, Jacob Bird. 6th place, Caden Sumrall. 5th place, Bristol Fisher. 4th place, Emily Peters. 3rd place, Bryce Fisher. 2nd place, Shepard Silvers. And in 1st place, Brody Fisher. Entering the ring now will be Class 5. This will be first call, Class 6 commercial use. First call, Class 6 commercial use. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors as they exit the ring today. Second call, Class 6 commercial use. Please make your way to the ring at this time. Class 6 commercial use. Just a quick reminder, the Junior Registered Breeding Sheep Show will start at the conclusion of the commercial Ewes show, starting with South Downs. Just be getting that on your mind, that it will start at the conclusion of the commercial Ewes show.
We get in this class, and it excites me for what we have to choose from and what we can do, because we can land at several different places in this division. The lamb that I'm going to use is the one that I like the way she's constructed. I know I'm talking a lot about the front 1/3 of their bodies. I love how youthful this sheep is to her front end. I like how she lays in her blade. I like how she ties her neck up high in her shoulder. Again, a sheep that's powerful out of her top. Is she as big boned, as big footed as what her sheep is in second? No. Is she as level out of her hip? No. But when we put her in motion, this one balances up better for me from chest floor to flank. She moves out on her feet and legs a bit better for me. She's more youthful in her look. She's more youthful in her handle. That's why she wins the division. I like this blue sheep. When we came into the division, it came down to these two sheep for me. These two are both my kind. I like the way she puts everything together when we have her planted and where we have her on the side view profile. Where she falls short for me is when we put her into motion. This gal gets a little straighter in her shoulder. She gets a little straighter off her front end, and she just drops just a bit more in her chest floor. But power down her top, squareness out of her hips, stoutness of foot and stoutness of leg, she excels there. Like that sheep a great deal. I think that's a real good pair to start this class. We come to our third and fourth place lambs, and then you saw me switch them as we put them over here in the placing lineup. Where the third place sheep wins for me is the agility that this gal has in terms of her movement, in terms of her flexibility off of her front and back end. A sheep that just handles herself just a bit better. And when you look at her, she has more natural width right at the base of her foot and in her chest floor. A sheep that just has more natural thickness from end to end. A real stout, rugged sheep is the one we have in force. She is big-footed. She's big-boned. A sheep, I like that about her. I like how she handles down her top. Where she falls short in this top trio is when we see her coming at us and we see her going away from us, she's the narrowest tracking of the top four. That's why she falls in the fourth position for me. One that's been real hard for me to look at and get a good look at as we put her into motion is the one we have in fifth. I think this sheep is real fault-free in terms of her design, in terms of her structure. She has not wanted to cooperate throughout the division. But as we get her out here placed, this one balances up nice from chest floor to flank. She's square out of her hip. A sheep that I think if we could get her out in stride, and I saw her enough to be comfortable with her, I like the movement that she has. This gal, if she shows a little bit easier, she can push herself up farther in the class. Let's give them a big round of applause for a real nice set. Thank you for bringing them to me.
Thank you, Mr. Willoughby. Placings from Class 5 Commercial Ewes. In 10th place, Mackenzie Isaacs. 9th place, Savannah Witt. 8th place, Daisy Tovar. 7th place, Carly Piper. 6th place, Ava Dora. 5th place, Lissa Vick. 4th place, Marissa Dodson. 3rd place, Avery Detton. 2nd place, Misty McElroy. In 1st place, Olivia Sandy. Entering the ring now will be Class 6 Yearling Ewes. First call, Class 7 Two-Tooth Commercial Ewes. First call, Class 7 Two-Tooth Commercial Ewes. Go ahead and put our hands together for these exhibitors as they exit the ring. Second call, Class 7, two-tooth commercial ewes. Second call, Class 7, two-tooth commercial ewes.
Open sheep exhibitors. A couple of you started asking when we're going to start your show. The plan is we are going to start the junior show. Once we complete the Suffolk Breed, we will start the open show over in the Swine Barn Arena. We will not start the open show until we've completed the first two breeds of the junior show.
Avery Mackey, please bring your two-tooth commercial ewe to the show ring at this time.
We get in this heavy division in this division and come out, and we've got 5 individuals that are really, really good in their own right. The sheep that ties things together more complete for me is a young man's lamb. I like how that sheep lays together through her front, a sheep that comes out square out of her hip as we run her around the ring. More coordinated in her step as we put her into motion. She balances up from end to end nicer for me. That's why she wins this top pair. Really like the sheep that we have in second. I like the extra length, shot of length that this gal has, but it works as a detriment to her just a bit. She wants to get a little deep in her front end as we put her into motion. She wants to come apart at her hip-loin junction, and that's where I would change her a bit, is to where those things tie together for me. I love how she works, how she handles down her top, the squareness of her hip, a sheep that is nice in terms of her structure and design. Pattern and design, and when we get this one set up from the side in our third place sheep, really, really straight in her line, square out of her hip, nice off of her hind leg. But a sheep, as we study her, she gets a little shorter in her cannon. She gets a little earlier in her maturity pattern. I just love the power, love the width that this gal has. She just needs to have a longer outlook for me to get her in one of those top 2 holes. The biggest, longest, biggest bodied sheep in the class is the one we come into fourth. She handles great down her top. The young lady's got her in tremendous condition. The sheep is just a little too plain in terms of her design for me. She gets a little flatter in terms of just total width, and I'd like to just give her more curvature to her body. I'd like to make her a little more youthful through her front end. A sheep I'd like to just tuck up just a hair in her chest floor. A lamb with a great deal of power and stoutness is the one that we come into fifth with. Handles great down her top, out through her hip. This one's a deeper, plainer one in terms of the classes. Just like to lift her up in her chest floor, make her more youthful through her front end to get her in that top 4. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Placings for Class 6 Commercial Ewes. In 6th place, Misty McElroy. 5th place, Lucas Dunn. 4th place, Channing LaRue. 3rd place, Allie Williams. 2nd place, Kylie Land. In 1st place, Colton Pittman. Entering the ring now is Class 7. First call, Class 8, aged commercial ewes. Be making your way to the arena, please. First and second places in all classes of the commercial ewe show. Please be getting it on your mind for the champion drive.
We get in this division, and we get one out here. I think she comes to the top pretty quick for me. When she hits the gate, this one's the most complete in her design, her pattern, the way she comes together on her feet and legs. That one's stout from the ground up, and it works with a great deal of power from end to end. The ewe that we put into second place, she falls there in just terms of femininity, angularity, the way she ties through the front 1/3 of her body, a sheep that handles nice out of her top, she handles square out of her hip. I like how this one gets around the ring with a bit more flex and give in relationship to our third place ewe. The ewe that we have in third, the dark ewe, a big-bodied, massive type of a gal that's probably the widest in the center portion of her body than anything in the class. But when you get to studying and analyzing her, she gets a little too straight through her blade for me. She gets a little too straight in her stride off her front knee and her back hock. I'd like to give her some more give and just flex as we maneuver around the ring. The young lady's lamb that we have in fourth, another big-bodied sheep, a sheep you sure appreciate the balance, the design, and just the structural integrity that this one has. She gets a little just plainer in her look for me. She gets a little plainer in her muscle design and her width from end to end, but just has the fundamentals, the structural correctness that I like. When we get to our bottom pair, it just comes down to just true shape and true body mass and width and muscularity from end to end. The fifth place sheep is one that just has more curvature to her body. She just has more capacity, more depth to her flank. She just stouter in her overall look. Sure like the broodiness of our ewe that rounds off her top six, a sheep that does have some rib and some depth and capacity to her. Just need to stouten her up in her structure to compete in this class today. Let's give the young people a big round of applause for a real nice class.
Placings for Class 7. In third place, Avery Mackey. Second place, Cole Suffolk. And first place, Corbin Garner. Entering the ring now is Class 8 aged ewes. All first and second place commercial Ewes, please be making your way to the ring at this time. All first and second place commercial Ewes, please make your way to the ring at this time.
We get in this last division, and we come in, and we've got a ewe that's a little farther along in terms of the way she's bred. But I think when you start analyzing the pieces and parts of this gal, things come together for me. She ties together through her front end. She's shallow through her chest floor and comes into a big, deep flank. And, you know, obviously she has an advantage of being that far along in terms of her pregnancy. But as we study her hip shape, her hip construction, and her hind leg, I like the way she gets out on both ends, and I like the way she maneuvers around the ring and the balance that she has from end to end. The ewe that most closely follows that's the young lady's ewe that we have in second, a real nice sheep in terms of the way that sheep ties her neck up to the top part of her shoulder. Again, I repeat, the way she lays into her blade, a sheep that's balanced down her top, square out of her hip. I think one that's real good in her design, and I think she pushes our class winner a great deal. Just a little more sheep there in terms of length and scale for me in the first place ewe. The ewe that we have in third, a sheep that's really massive, probably the most heavy muscled sheep in the class, muscular down her top into a great big old hip and hind leg. The sheep gets a bit round in her front shoulder for me, a bit round off of her back end. Just does not have that give and flex and ease of movement as we push her around the ring, but I think a sheep that has a great deal of value and has a great deal of merit that can add to the young man's project. To take nothing away from the young lady's ewe that we have at the end of the class. This one is a long-spined one that's straight down her top, square out of her hip. She's very muscular in her kind, where she falls shy for me, and I've not talked just to where we got to land on a big bunch of bone. This one just gets a shade frail for me in terms of her bone. But I think you breed her to the right buck, that one has a great deal of a merit, and she'll go out and work for you. Again, let's give these young people a big round of applause, a nice class. And I look forward to seeing you in the champion drive.
Thank you, Mr. Willoughby. Results from class number 8, aged commercial ewes. In second, Anna Drews. In first, Cade Dockery. Coming out of Class 1, first place, John Michael Perez. Class 2, Madison McCashlin. Class 3, Olivia Sandy. First place in Class 4, Brody Fisher. First place, Class 5, Olivia Sandy. Class 6, Colton Pittman. Class 7, Corbin Garner. Cade Dockery, Class 8. Second out of Class 1, Broxton Ewes. Class 2, Cade Martinez. Class 3, Bryce Fisher. Class 4, Shepard Silvers. Class 5, Misty McElroy. Class 6, Kylie Land. Class 7, Corbin Sufall. And Class 8, Anna Drews.
We have a couple of announcements. We had a cell phone turned into the livestock office. It was found in the handicap accessible men's room in the swine barn. If you can identify the cell phone, go to the livestock office, the red doors, and identify the phone, and you can have it back. Also, in the lot across the creek, there is a white Ford Escape, Indiana license plates ZEF 519. You do not have a parking pass to be in that lot, so I guess they'll tow you if you don't go out there. Indiana plates, a white Ford Escape ZEF 519, parked across the creek. You do not have proper credentials to park there.
Tension in the barn. South Down exhibitors, be getting it on your mind. South Down exhibitors, be getting it on your mind. South Down show, we will show odd tag numbers and then even tag numbers. So odds will show before evens in the South Down show.
I want to welcome all of you to the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. My name is Sarah Franklin, and I'm proud to be one of the over 6,000 volunteers here. The San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo is committed to its mission of being a volunteer organization that emphasizes agriculture and education to develop the youth of Texas. To date, we have committed over $232 million to the youth of Texas. I want to congratulate all of the exhibitors who have been out here today. You've all done an outstanding job. Exhibitors, if y'all will help me in thanking your parents, your ag teachers, and your extension agents for all of the help and guidance y'all have given along the way. And I want to thank a special group of people, our committee, who has been out here volunteering to make this show happen for you guys under the direction of Audrey Schultz, Dr. Edward Dick. This crew has been working really, really hard, and I want to thank all of you very much. And with that, we're going to move on to the selection of our champion, who will receive a $10,000 scholarship.
Well, I know the young people's hearts are going, and mine's heart's going too, because I get them out here, and I can tell you right now, in this front lineup and the second lineup, I'm not going to be ashamed to take a picture with any of them, because they are outstanding. I'm excited that we have a uniform set of sheep. I hope you see what I wanted in a sheep, and I know there's a lot of different things that people can go out, and they can pick different traits and things that they want. And I tell you, there's been so many good sheep come through here. If you come up and tell me I like this one over that one, you're not going to get too much of an argument for me. That's the great thing about this project, is we can go out, and if we stay open-minded, we can see a lot of positives and a lot of positive traits in each and every one of these females. And you take them home and you breed them to the right bucks, they're going to do a lot of good things for you. There's a bunch of them that hit the ring today that are extremely good. The ewe lamb that wins the first class, I tell you, I just love the pattern and design of this gal. It just got everything flowing just right today, young man. That one was a great one to bring into that first class. She's so straight in her lines. She's so balanced in terms of her design. I just love the way she maneuvers around the ring. Just a great presentation there on that ewe. The ewe that we have in the second division, again, another one, just elegant up through her front end. She's got that extra shot of length to her, a sheep that you just love the flawlessness that she has from front to rear. Maybe just give her a shot more muscle in relationship to some of them out here, but she is so good where she's good. She's long-bodied, she's long-hipped, she takes that right stride. I like her a great deal. The ewe that we have in the third class, another one, just handles great. Opens up with a great deal of rack and top shape. We didn't talk that much today in terms of muscularity, because it's a ewe show and not necessarily a market lamb show. But boy, this one handles really, really good. You put this one in a market lamb show, and you're going to have to just grab on, and you're going to have to notice what that gal has. The ewe that we have in the fourth division, another balance, design, youthfulness, the way she ties her neck up high in her shoulder, comes out level in her hip, big bone, big-footed, sure like her a great deal. The ewe that we have in the fifth division, another one, just that extra shot of length, up to her front end. Again, she's one that's got that extra shot of power to her too. Where she shows her elegance and where she shows her positives is when we put her in motion. She looks better to me even when we get her out and we put her in stride. The ewe that comes into the sixth division, a big, thick top, big hipped ewe, stout boned. That one's got a great deal of body to her and shape to her. Going to be a great brood ewe. You sure like her a great deal. The ewe that we come into that two-tooth division, she's one that wins her class pretty handily. She's stout-boned, a sheep that's great in her pattern and her design, comes off level in her hip. Again, you can't say any, with all these sheep, pattern, design, really like that about her. The young man comes out into the last division for us, another one. Love the way she's put together through her front end, level out of her hips. She's good on her feet and legs. And guys, right there's what it's all about. She's in production. She's close to lambing. Let's give them all a big round of applause. I'll go out and select your champion in reserve. I appreciate you guys having me here today, and I know we've got some other sheep, but this division's about done. I do want to say one thing. I always take it real serious when I get a chance to do this. It's an honor to come out and evaluate them. I try to give you my best. I want to give you my best. These kids have given their best, and I owe it to them each and every time that I do get a shot to do this, and I do appreciate you asking me to do it. Again, let's give them a big round of applause, and I'll go out and select your champion.
Your grand champion, Commercial U at a Class 5, Olivia Sandy. If we could have the parents of Olivia Sandy please come back here behind the announcer stand, please.
Well, again, as we come into our reserve, I think I can land the plane a lot of different places. The sheep are so complete and so right and they're kind. and have so many positives about them. One thing before we leave this ring for this division, guys, it does take a lot of volunteers to put these shows on. And, you know, we help with our Indiana State Fair and things like that. If you ever get an opportunity, you need to step up to your game and come help when you can. But the best thing you can do, and the thing you definitely need to remember, is thank the people that are putting the show on, because it takes a great deal of time and a great deal of effort to do it. I think the other thing that we need to keep in mind is the focus of where these awards go to and the way they go. There's nothing better than to come in here and think that you're going to have a chance for a scholarship to go to school and continue your education. That's a big step up to make those donations and do that. If you get a chance, those people that are donating those dollars and those funds, you need to sure reach your hand out and shake their hand and give them a big thank you for doing that. We sometimes forget that. We get wound up into the game to where we think about other things and we don't appreciate what they're doing for us. Keep that in mind. If you would, we've already thanked the kids and everybody. Let's thank the volunteers and let's thank the sponsors who put the scholarships together, and I'll select your reserve.
Reserve champion, Commercial U, coming out of Class 4, Brody Fisher. Congratulations to all our exhibitors in the Commercial U show. We will start the Registered Junior Breeding Sheep show with the South Downs shortly. Second call, South Down ewe lambs. Second call, South Down ewe lambs. We will start the South Down ewe lambs with odd tag numbers and go to even tag numbers. Tension in the Barn, Owen Schulz, and Madison Mutina. Please make your way to the ring. Your class is about to go in the ring at this time. I'd like to welcome each and every one of you to the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo Junior Registered Breeding Sheep Show. We're going to start the breeding sheep show with the South Downs. I would like to introduce you our judge today, Dan Willoughby. Dan is a graduate of Purdue University. He is the owner of Willoughby Sales and its subsidiaries, W Cattle Sales and W2 Auction Solutions. Willoughby Sales is the oldest multi-species online sales and marketing firm in the nation. Dan lives on a 400-acre sheep farm in Bloomington, Indiana with his wife, Carol. In addition to Willoughby Sale Ventures, they, along with their son, Justin, daughter-in-law Erin, and granddaughter Eleanor Dean, manage 400-head club lamb operation and 300-head commercial ewe flock. Let's put our hands together for Dan being here to judge our show today.
Well, good morning. My name is Preston Ferris, and I have with me today Norman Coles and Dr. Frank Craddock. We have the opportunity to make the commentary on your feed this morning. We're delighted to be here with you. We'll be talking about some of the sheep and some of the breed characteristics of some of these sheep. We're in the first Southdown class now with this is, I think, the odd-numbered ewe lambs in this class. This is a very large class, and so we'll just be looking at part of these this morning. This breed is, I think, actually the largest breed here in the show this year. I think there's 89 or so in the breed.
Call, even number. Southdown ewe lambs to the ring at this time, please. Even number Southdown ewe lambs to the ring at this time, please.
We know a lot of those of you who are watching the feed this morning will, of course, be very familiar with the show, but we're hoping that there are those who are not as familiar, and so we'll be talking about the history of some of these breeds. Dr. Craddock's going to tell you a little bit now about where the Southdown breed originated. And
thank you, Preston. We're going to be looking today at the Southdowns, I think Hamps, Suffolks, and a lot of these breeds came from England. The Southdown is certainly one of those. And as we get on into the morning, we'll be talking about the Dorfers and I think the Rambouillets, and so they've all come from different places, and we'll discuss those as we get to those various breeds. But a lot of our meat breeds that we think of, the Shropshire, the Hamp, the Suffolk, the Southdown, all of these originated in England.
And of course, Norman, you know, when we were showing livestock here, Norman, Frank, and I have all shown here when we were 4-H and FFA exhibitors, and then our kids have shown, and well, the Southdown is certainly one of those breeds that has been Americanized and changed considerably. I think Norman, they look a little different today than they did back then, don't they?
I think before we get
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. I said before we get into this thing too far, we ought to really be proud of this group that's doing the podcast or whatever we call this thing here. They're really right on top of it, and look how good a view you're getting of all of the livestock and judging that's going on here. And this crew that's they've got here today, they've just doing an excellent job, and I want to make sure that we compliment them on what they've done and what they've done so far before we get into this thing any too far. Preston talked about us showing back in the day, down the street from where we are today, there was a little barn there that had about 12-foot sides, and it had a flat roof on it. And when it got dusty in there, you couldn't even see across the aisle from you. And now look at the beautiful facility we're in here today. I think that's a real compliment to this show and this organization. And I can sure remember both of us. I mean, all three of us can remember when it wasn't like this. And I'm sure glad it's come as far as it has. And it's just every year you come here, it's better.
Well said, Norman. I can remember in that day, of course, there was a dormitory here on the grounds, but all three of us grew up in pretty economic trying times. And Frank and I couldn't afford to go to the dormitory, so we just paid for an extra goat pen, and we actually slept in the goat pen for about three nights there and in that old flat-top building. And I can remember we did such a good job sleeping one morning there. Our parents came and woke us up, and it was almost showtime.
That really happened?
Yes, it did.
Oh.
I know you'd like to forget it, but we were there.
Yeah, we had some great times. It's amazing how these shows bring people together. It's funny, when we were kids, we showed against each other. We played basketball against each other, competing neighboring towns and things. But when we got to Aggie Land, we all ended up working out there at the wool lab together, and then we ended up all working in extension together, and it all started right here like you see these kiddos today. The track that we got on started just like these kiddos you see here, and then we ended up being lifelong friends, and our professional careers were tied together, and I think that's the way it ought to be. My dad always said, well, you'll never be any better than the guys you surround yourself with, so I just tied myself to two of the very best.
Thank you, Norman. We have had a lot of fun together over the years, and you know, I guess I went off to school and went to Wyoming, and I tried to get away from these two for a while, but I eventually came back, and it's been fun to be together all these years and be interested in the same things. And we were talking a little bit earlier, some of you might relate to this. None of us are youngsters anymore. And back when we used to show here, the minimum or maximum weight limit on market lambs was 105 pounds. So you just figure out now we've got these Southdown wethers that weigh 160 pounds. On the Southdowns, the minimum weight or minimum weight was 80 pounds. They could weigh 80. So 80 to 105 is what you dealt with here in San Antonio.
Yeah, Frank, he's a bit modest when he talks about going off and becoming a PhD and so on, but he is the very best live sheep and goat specialist we ever had in Texas, and we've had some wonderful ones. We all remember Jim Gray and Jack Groff and Dr. Allsweed, and golly, you know, that's a pretty tall recipe to follow, but Frank was by far the very best sheep and goat specialist we've ever had here in Texas, and I'm glad he's my friend. And then on sitting over here on the other side of me is Preston, and that's the fastest great eyes at looking at livestock that's ever been. I've told that 100 times, and I'll say it every time. It takes me 3 days to sort those sheep at the house and figure out which one I really ought to hang my hat on, or I think I ought to. And he walks in there last week, and I set him up really, and I run him 3 sets of sheep there, and third set of sheep, one comes by and he said, well, there's your next herd buck. Well, he was right. I mean, that's the one I'm going to keep. But I had looked at him a lot, and he's there for 5 minutes, and then he says, well, there's the one you ought to keep. So that's my checks and balances.
Well, I think we all enjoy being a part of the sheep and goat industry in Texas, and certainly livestock and 4-H and FFA has been so important to all of us and our families for all, and that's the real value of this project. It's a family event. It's an opportunity for families to grow together and to learn and to really excel. This is just a tremendous set of Southdown ewes here. You look at what he's pulled to the middle.
Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors as they exit
see,
the ring.
as these are exiting, what quality that we have here in the breed itself.
Yeah, what's so much fun, look at the difference in the size of the kiddos. We got them in here that are 9 years old, and we got them in here that are 18, and they're all competing and doing the best that they can, and it's just this constant experience that just makes them better and better. It makes the whole family work harder and work harder together to accomplish, the goals that they've set for themselves.
And these were just the odd-numbered entries. The numbers that we talk about are on their state validation tags, as all of these animals have to be validated early in the year. Well, I guess that's in October, isn't it, Frank?
Yes.
This is the last call. Even number Southdown ewe lambs to the ring at this time. Last call. Even number Southdown ewe lambs to the ring at this time.
The validation program ensures that these youngsters are actually taking care of their animals and that their animals stay in their possession during that time. And so we don't have any strange animals coming in from out of state to compete. These kids have had these animals since October for sure. Even numbers are now entering the ring.
Yeah, and what a good set they've been today so far.
And we see differences in structural soundness. We see differences in the volume that these sheep have, and certainly we see differences in the muscularity in them as well.
Southdown ewe lamb, please come to the ring at this time. Brody Fisher.
I think one of the interesting things when you look at breed characteristics, and I've been following this validation deal and getting these Southdown breeders together over the years, and not all of them are the same. They emphasize various things, and so we have a lot of variation in these sheep to a certain degree, but yet as far as structural soundness, body conformation, and all that, I think is pretty much
Look, Seeley,
same.
Splendora FFA, your class is in the ring.
You will see some that are maybe have a little more color, different things, but as far as the sheep in general and how they're made and all, I think they're all pretty much sound and on the right track.
You'll also see some differences out here in condition on these sheep. Some of these sheep are definitely fatter than others. And that's all part of the feeding
Avery
program.
Walton, Cisco FFA, please make your way to the ring.
You don't just have these animals and have them in the pen and just throw out feed. It's very definitely, you have to watch those animals and regulate that feed because each animal's a little different in how they gain and how they grow, and you have to be cautious. Just like you and I. Sometimes we might have a tendency to eat too much for a little while, and
Easy.
Yeah. And then there are some that it just doesn't matter, it seems, how much you give them. Sometimes you just can't get them to come, and so that's. And of course, these sheep are raised in a lot of different environmentals, characteristic environmental. They're from the very drouthy west part of the state, especially right now, to parts of our state that are very humid, and of course internal parasite differences certainly impact the sheep as well as a result of that.
Class 2, Two-Tooth Southdown Ewes. Be getting it on your mind. Class 2, Two-Tooth Southdown Ewes.
Look at how alert and focused these young people are. You just don't find them that are sleeping out there anymore in the ring. They do an outstanding job.
If you look out in the ring, there's one gentleman out here, Mr. Watt Wardlaw. Watt, he can't hear me, but Watt has been working with these kids as a ringman, he told me a while ago, for 40 years. And we appreciate what Watt does, time and effort he spends, the love that he has for these kids. He's a great one.
I'd certainly second that, Frank. You know, it's important, I think, that we remember, too, that today this is a breeding project. Next week they'll have the Market Lamb Show, which is more of a meat project. And, of course, all those lambs are wethers, castrate males. But this is a breeding project, and so they're going to look at the judges are going to look at those same traits to some degree, but also you have to remember that these got to be mothers when it's all said and done. So they have to look at some of the other things that are really important. I think from that view of those lambs, the first four there that he's looking at, you can tell that there's a definite difference in the amount of muscularity that they have down their top, and of course through the middle and lower portion of their hind leg. Certainly some real differences out there, and yet there's some good things about each one of those sheep. You'll note that the judge is checking the mouths on these sheep as well to be sure that their mouths are structurally sound. If they can't eat, they can't grow, they can't produce lambs, so that's important.
Talking about mouths, Preston, I was judging, I think, here one year, Hamp ewe lambs, I believe it was, and I'd already picked out about 6 of them just backing off and looking at them. So I went in for close inspection, and I was going to check their teeth, and this young man that had one of those good ones, I came to him and started to open his mouth, and he said, "I know." She was really parrot mouth. He said, "I know." Said, "When they don't look, I do real well." And I said, "Well, son, you're not going to do real well today."
What is a parrot mouth, Frank?
Parrot mouth is when the bottom jaw is shorter than the top jaw. So those teeth are way back in underneath, and that dental pad, the top teeth or the bottom teeth don't meet with the top dental pad, and so when they graze, they can't reach over and grab the grass and snap it off and eat it. So they don't do well out on pasture, and those kind of ewes generally will be in poor condition, and they may not breed up. You put them in a feedlot or show lambs in a pen where you're feeding them every day and they can scoop it out of a trough, they're fine. But in a commercial situation out on the range, they don't work well.
And in the market lamb classes, the weather classes, it doesn't really matter because Frank said is, you know, that they can eat out of a trough. And it was good that actually those kind of animals were castrated and made wethers and not left in the breeding program to throw that in their offspring. So it's never checked in the market lamb class much. And the opposite of that parrot mouth is what?
We call it a monkey mouth, and that's when the bottom jaw is actually longer than the top jaw, and it sticks out in front. So you don't see that as frequently as you do the parrot mouth, but it can be, yes.
I kind of like that one. I was pretty fond of that lamb. I'm glad he took that one.
Yeah, me too. But when you think this is just his first sort, just think what this lineup's going to look out like when he brings the odds back and puts them with these 14 or 15 evens that we've pulled so far.
And then he's got to pick the top 10.
Yeah, yeah. This gonna be really interesting. Get this thing wound down a little farther.
How many South Downs did you say there were, Preston?
Seemed like I checked and there were 80 something. I'm not sure, but it was the
Let's put our
largest.
hands
This is the
together for
largest
these
breed
exhibitors
in
as
the
they
show.
exit the ring.
So the majority of them are lambs.
Right.
Have that many yearling and aged.
You know, in this particular breed is a breed that could function well even in our rough West Texas areas because they're a little more moderate framed and things like that. We'll talk about later a breed that really has kind of taken over in commercial sheep industry in Texas. But this particular breed is one that still could really function very well, I think, although that there's really not a lot of commercial South Down production. It's probably aimed more at our show industry. But remember, all of these show animals enter our food chain. So
Well, now they're just deciding how they're going to line them up and how it's going to suit him when they bring them all out together again.
you know, we've all judged some fairly large shows over the United States and things, and a lot of people wonder all the time, or they say it must be really difficult to judge these shows that have so many really high quality
This is second
animals.
call, Class 2, two-tooth ewes. To the make-ready pen at this time, please. Class 2, two-tooth, South Down Ewes to the make-ready pen.
I personally never considered it to be that difficult to judge a lot of good sheep. It's easier to judge a large number of good sheep than it is to try to find something that you like and maybe not have that many good ones to judge. And actually, you know, you only get that judge's opinion that day, and I always felt like it was my job to satisfy myself first and foremost so that I could sleep at night. So I always felt like I liked it to be as tough as possible. I believe Watt said that now he's actually pulling his top end out. I like the fact that he asked that young man to back up a little so he could see that front end. It's important to be able to. Sometimes these youngsters have a tendency to sort of cover that front end. That front end's important, especially in these breeding animals, I think. And I think it's good that this judge is looking at all the things that are important to the breeding sheep industry. You realize there's one judge in the ring, but there's probably a couple of hundred on the outside that are evaluating how he's doing. But the disadvantage that they have is they don't get to get right on top of them, and they don't get to touch them. So
Sometimes, Preston, that'd be a huge advantage.
yes. I think when we look at all these sheep on the profile, as a judge, I know these two fellows with me have probably never done it, but I've had the times when I put them all on the profile, those that I'd selected, and then I look out there and there's one out there and I wonder, well, now how did I get that one out there? Either good or bad. Sometimes that happens to us, and that makes a little difference in terms of the way that sheep was presented at that particular time, or maybe we just, the sheep feel different. They just sometimes will perform better themselves than at other times.
Ever done that, Norman?
No, he's talking about what you and him did.
Oh,
That's not happened to me.
yeah.
Remember, he talked about feeling them. I don't pet porcupines, and I don't pet on these sheep either.
I've heard you say that before.
Well, when they get down to their last 5, if we'd set them on a stool out there in the middle of the ring and make them just walk round and round and round, they'd find their best ones. Instead of sitting there poking and pecking.
I've heard Norman say that, Frank, and I think, well, sometimes maybe my hands tell me more than his hands tell him. I don't know,
Well, I can tell you right now that the Lord put your nose right by your brain, and he put your fingers way out there away from it. I've seen people burn their fingers, but I've never seen them burn their nose.
Gee whiz, at the value, the quality of these sheep that are left out here on the side. Gee whiz.
Yeah, and they're the ones that are on the outside looking in. There's some toughies.
In case y'all don't know, you're getting words of wisdom from Mr. Coles.
I haven't even started.
I know, that's what worries us.
We've heard one or two of them in the past.
Yeah.
Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors as they exit the ring.
Okay, good. Did it? I don't care. Brought it for.
Now it's game on. Here we're gonna see what happens.
Norman, you think that first ewe lamb that led out is restricted in any way in the way she can move? Gee whiz, can that ewe lamb travel?
Yeah, and she's showing it too. And
Oh,
I
yeah,
like that.
she knew what the good part of her was, didn't she?
I hope you're all enjoying that. What a good view you're getting of this lineup. Kiddos with the cameras running around that ring. They're doing a really nice job of giving y'all an opportunity to see the same thing we're seeing from up here in the stands. I think it's kind of cute. We got 3 little girls out there, and we got 4 young men, and the rodeo. They're so proud now that they've gotten the breakaway roping in to go along with the barrel racing, and really giving these women more opportunity. And all of us here in the livestock show business, we've been giving the little girls the same opportunity as the boys forever. So I think we're ahead.
I would agree, Norman, but I second that. I'm really delighted to see San Antonio Livestock Show had that breakaway roping in their rodeo.
That's awesome. I'm really proud that they stepped up and put that in here. Fort Worth already did it last year, and now San Antonio jumped in here this year, and that thing's doing nothing but just growing like leaps and bounds.
Oh, it is.
It's made these roping horses about twice as expensive.
Yes, I bet it has. When I was an extension agent, and when we had kids competing, I always said, when you got down to this point, I'd rather have good luck than a good sheep anytime.
Oh, boy. Yeah, me too.
But it certainly takes more than luck to get to this point. I wouldn't say these 4 sheep look exactly alike, but they're certainly good sheep. Each one is an excellent sheep, but they're certainly not exactly the same kind. And sometimes judges are criticized for not doing that, but I think it's always good to recognize the value in each one. And as we talked about, finding the right male to mate with those animals is important. And he's made his decision.
If they talk to them. Is that the
Well, if you want to challenge a guy, I tell you, this is the class that you need to start with because there's lots of shapes and sizes, and that's one thing about this South Down division. You know, up in our country, you can land a lot of different ways, and you can sure justify it. We talked about it in those weather dams, and, you know, I respect the idea of other people's opinions and what they like and what their priorities are. Today, you're going to get what my priorities are, and that's where we're going to land the plane. When we get out here and we start this class, the young lady in the dark shirt here, she's got the one that's kind of the bulletproof one for me. This one's really complete in her design. She's really right in terms of her lines and structural correctness, the way that sheep ties up into her front end. She balances from end to end. She is a little heavier in her condition than I like. I like a sheep that's pretty athletic in their look. She does have a little more cover than I like, but she is so bulletproof in terms of the way she's made, her structure, her design, and the way she's put together. I got to land the plane on her. I like her a great deal. The ewe that we have in second place, if I could take the front 2/3 of this gal and put her with the one that wins the division, boy, I'm telling you, I get real excited about that. I love this sheep from her hip forward. She ties together better than anything through her front end, and the way she walks and maneuvers around the ring, she keeps that head at that neck and head at the top of her shoulder. I love how she lays her blade down into her. The sheep handles tremendous from front to rear. Where she falls shy of our class winner is when I put her out in motion. She wants just to get a bit off in her hip, and that's why I put her in the second position today. But I think that's a real good female, one that you ought to be awfully proud of to bring to San Antonio. The ewe that we have in third, a real complete sheep, a sheep that's straight in her line, straight in her balance, square out of her hip. She's stout in her bone. She's big in her rib cage. She's big in her flank. That's why she falls into the third position for me. I think the young man that is here showing our fourth place sheep, I believe he told me in the division that was this fifth place sheep was one of his also. These sheep are ones that are there. If you want to find some outliers, some sheep to make some weather sheep with, these sheep are unique in their design. They're unique in the way they're made. I love their handle down their top, the squareness out of their hip. Where they get, both the sheep get a little shy for me is they get a little exotic around their nose a little bit. I'm not going to press that too hard. I think they're close enough for me today. But where they fall shy is they want to get a little straight off both ends, and that's why they fall in the fourth and fifth position for me today. Just like to give them a little more give and flex as we put them out in motion. I think five that just excel. They're really good in every quality that they have. We've got a set of sheep that came through here, 73 of them. A lot of good ones got to hit the gate. Let's give them a big round of applause for a real good set.
Thank you, Mr. Willoughby. Placings from Class 1, South Down Ewe Lambs. In 10th place, Bailey Morris. In 9th, Corbin Garner. 8th place, Zoe Marr. 7th place, Bailey McEntee. 6th place, Jacob Connor. 5th place, Brody Fisher. 4th place, Bristol Fisher. 3rd place, Benjamin Flanagan. 2nd place, Steely Blanick. And 1st place, Emsley Russell. Entering the ring at this time will be Class 2, Two-Tooth South Down Ewes.
Yes. I think we're back live, and this is the yearling class. And of course, a lot of times you won't have too many yearlings because the way we're structured in
Attention
Texas,
junior and
our
open
shows
sheep
are
exhibitors. We will not be breaking for lunch in the junior sheep show. Junior exhibitors, we will not break for lunch. We will roll through the rest of the show this afternoon. Open sheep exhibitors, we will start your show at the conclusion of the Suffolk Breed in the junior show. We will start the open show after we complete the Suffolk Breed in the junior show. If you have conflicts, hopefully with that stagger we won't run into any conflicts, but if you have conflicts, please file with the superintendents and we will work with you. Again, we will not break for lunch in the junior show, and we will start the open sheep show as soon as we complete the Suffolks in the junior show.
They're doing all the breeding sheep today too? Open?
Open breeding sheep, yes. Back to this yearling class, of course, these are two-tooth, so that's their first set of permanent teeth. And that'll usually come in 12 to 15 months of age or something like that. But then that four-tooth, that second pair of permanent teeth will come in a lot sooner. And so it almost takes a fall lamb to fit our two-tooth class. And these breeds that don't necessarily breed year-round, sometimes you don't find too many of those fall lambs. And so you don't have too many of those two-tooth sheep.
Aged Southdown ewes, please be making your way to the make-ready pen at this time. Class 3, aged Southdown ewes.
Yeah, and when they have these lambs born now, a lot of these yearling ewes would be at home.
Right, they're checking the young
Having their
people
first
out.
crop.
We'll go ahead and talk this class.
Exactly.
The ewe that we're going to use to win the division, I think that gal is one that's put together really nice in terms of her design and the way she's elevated through her front end. A sheep that comes with more true width and dimension down her top. She's square out of her hip. I think a sheep that's more true in her movement as we push her around the ring. The ewe that we have in second place, she's one that's fitted to a T. I love the way the young lady has presented this one. Big fuzzy-legged, big-footed, a sheep that's nice in terms of her balance when we set her up. Where she falls shy is when we put her into motion and when we handle her. This gal gets a little straight off of both ends, and she is by far the most advanced in terms of her condition and cover for me today. Just like to give her a bit more true shape and true width to get her in that top position. The ewe that we have in third, take nothing away from this gal. She's got that extra shot of length in terms of her front end, extra side view profile length, a sheep that's long hipped. Just like to make her just a little more coordinated in her movement, give her a little more stoutness from the ground up, but a great female to round this good division off. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Placings, Class 2, two-tooth Southdown ewes. In third, Bailey McEntee. Second, Hazelyn Etheridge. In first, Brooke Seal. Entering the ring at this time will be Class 3 Southdown aged ewes.
All I can think about is if that fuzzy-legged one was at home, how much horehound and grass burrs would be in there by the time I got her sheared. There's so much value in those in that wool down there on those legs. I'm amazed.
More words of wisdom from Mr. Coles. I like it when be nice, Brett.
Well, as we said, sometimes the show ring is a little bit artificial as we would think of it to the commercial industry, but and you can see most of these gals are pretty heavily bred. They'll probably lamb within another month or so, and they should be at this age. They certainly should be bred by now.
Yeah, they better be. It wouldn't be very profitable to have them.
I don't
just to
see
leave
many
around.
others on them, to be honest with you.
No, they're not, but they Well, there's a few that are showing some memory development, yeah.
Yeah.
And you can't go by the size of the belly on one because
I won't say that.
yeah, you better not. Yeah, better stop right there.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about size of bellies.
Bellies, no,
sitting up here.
that's not going to enter into the discussion at all.
Thank you. Kayla down in front.
And yeah, even though these ewes are bred, you still see some femininity up in their front ends and things like that, which you should see in these types of females. Well, this Southdown show has been tough now. There's been a lot of good sheep in this ring today.
First and second place, Southdown Ewes. Please be making your way back to the make ready pen at this time, please. First and second place, Southdown Ewes.
What breeds next, Preston?
I'm not certain. It could be Suffolk's. I'm not sure.
I think Suffolk's are last. They're going to have the open breeding sheep after the Suffolk show.
No, I think they did that just to stagger them. The last ones are the Daubers. Daubers and white Daubers are last.
Yeah, I think Suffolk's come next. I think, see, Frank, when they said they're going to start the open show after the Suffolk's, I think they'll go ahead and start the open show. It's a different judge, and it's in a different arena.
Oh, really?
And so, yes,
okay.
the open show will actually start after the Suffolk Breed.
I thought it was going to be a late night if they're doing the open show after all the junior.
No, I think
Okay.
it's over in the swine arena, I think.
I'm not going to stop for lunch.
All first and second place, Southdown Ewes. Please be making your way to the make ready pen at this time. All first and second place, Southdown Ewes.
Last. Kind of a beast right up here.
probably aren't going to get any better view this evening during the Super Bowl than you're getting by these kiddos today with these cameras, because you're right on top of what's going on.
That is so true. We see some younger exhibitors in here with these particular Southdowns. I can remember when I was an extension agent, I had a little 4-H girl, and she said she was pretty young, and she said, "I want one of those Southbounds because they're smaller." And so I said, "Okay, I'll try to find you a Southdown." And what she didn't realize was attitudinally, sometimes these Southdowns are not the best things for a little bitty child.
But that's sure been a big draw for this breed.
Oh, it has, yes. And it just takes a little time. They all come around. And
Well, we don't care where they start. We just want to make sure they hang with
they
us.
stay with us. That's true.
Okay.
Well, that happens occasionally in the ring. We have one escape.
Yeah, generally that's a lot of fun when it happens to one of the older fellas,
It-
because we can tell them we just gave him the showmanship award, and everybody will cheer.
Take her to a corner, boys. She said, "I've been in a little bitty pen. Now I'm out where I can move, and I'm going to move." And she's doing a pretty good job of it.
I hope that gate's closed.
Yeah, he's down there.
I've been had.
She just wanted to run and play a little.
Yeah, she was already looking for him to catch her.
I can remember also as an extension agent, those little kids were really always worried about turning one loose. And I said, well, that's why we have those ring men out there.
Young ring men. It's loose.
I got it.
As we get into our older division of these Southdowns, I think some super females that come out and hit the class. The one that hits it for me is the young man sheep that got loose there. I think that didn't do anything but help my cause on making my decision. I think that gal's good as when she gets in motion and she moves around the ring. As you study her, this one's the nicest in terms of her, the way she balances up from her chest floor to her flank. She's straight down her top, square out of her hip. A sheep that hits the ground right with some agility and some flexibility. Just love how she ties her neck up high into her shoulder. Really nice balance from end to end. That's the one that hits me and strikes me the best in this class. The ewe that we put in second, she may have a notch more power than what our class winner does, but a sheep that maybe just gets so slightly just a little deeper and coarser through her front end. But if you study her, she has a lot of the same attributes and traits as our class winner does in terms of being that straight top square hip one that hits the ground nice in terms of flexibility and the way she moves around the ring. Just those little fine things, those are what separate them apart. If you catch this third sheep and you run her to the top, and and you're sorting them, I'm not going to argue with you too much there. This one's the sheep that's the power sheep. She handles with a great deal of dimension down her top. She's square out of her hip, a sheep that's stout at the ground. This sheep just gets a little bit out of whack in terms of when we start putting her in motion around the ring. She wants to break just so slightly right behind her shoulder and get just a bit deeper through her front end than what our two class winners do. But a sheep that's got a whole lot of good things about her in terms of power, in terms of stoutness of hip, stoutness of back leg. The big, stout, heavy sheep is the one that we have in fourth. This is the biggest bodied one, the biggest ribbed one. A sheep that's square out of her hips. She stands down on a good substance of bone. She sits on them feet right. I like her a great deal. Like to clean her up just a bit in her condition and make her a little more youthful in her kind to make her compete with those top three. The sheep that we have in fourth, another one in terms of power and width and dimension. She's one that handles with a great deal of width. She's round in her rib cage, a sheep that's wide from stifle to stifle. Where she falls short for me is she gets just a bit round out of her hip. I'd like to lift that dock up in her just a bit, maybe trim her up through the point of her shoulder or hair to get her higher in the class. The young lady's lamb that we round the top six off with, super long-bodied, super good handling, long hip. In fact, the length of side that this gal has can be a detriment at times because it throws her out of balance just a hair. Just like to make her a little more coordinated in her body as we move her around the ring and just tie things together into a smoother package. A real good class. I'm looking forward to the champion drive.
Thank you, Mr. Willoughby. Placings from class number 3, South Down aged ewes. In fourth place, Brendan Carr. Third place, Owen Hoffman. Second place, Emerson Garner. And first place, Knox Paget. We will now move into our South Down breed drive.
So they can all come together, all one. Well, this is for some pretty important stuff here now, isn't it? This next class will be for some pretty important things, like a $10,000 scholarship, I think.
From class number 1, South Down ewe lambs. First place, Emsley Russell. Class number 2, South Down two-tooth ewes. First place, Brooke Seal. Class 3, aged South Down ewes. First place, Knox Paget. Second place from Class 1.
Is that the Blandick? Huh?
And he's going to take another look and then a feel. And we were talking about actually feeling these sheep a minute ago, and Norman said he doesn't do that very much, but there is a purpose for that. That's to evaluate the amount of muscle down their top, the depth of that loin eye, and so there is some reason for that feel down their top as well as in the leg. Of course, with these sheep that are shorn so smooth and so slick, you can see a little of that, or a lot of that anyway. But and then you have a little bit of forearm definition that kind of tells you a little more. That's coordinated to what kind of muscle is down their top as well. I think we see some differences in the way those sheep move out, and of course, the aged you know, she does appear to be bred to me. I think we see some early mammary development in that ewe, and so she might not be quite as flexible in the way she moves just because she's a little older. She's got a lamb in her, and so I'm sure the judge takes all of that into consideration.
Class 1, Suffolk ewe lambs, please be making your way to the staging area. Class 1, Suffolk ewe lambs, please be making your way to the staging area.
We get in our champion drive in this South Down division, and I think 3 of them that I can gravitate to any of them and be happy with what we come up with, and gravitate to any of the 6, actually. The ewe that wins that first division, we had a lot of sheep in that class, and we talked about her being the complete, really nice designed one that's really complete in her pattern and her design and her look, and I sure think that's the same thing as we get her out into this drive. The ewe that wins the middle division, she's got some of those extra bells and whistles in terms of length of side, length of hip, length of the front end. Sheep that's really nice in terms of her eye appeal and her design. A sheep that I thought won that class pretty easily. we get into this age division, and we got two out here that are really similar in their kind. And you talk about balance, you talk about design and the put together. These sheep balance up from their side view profile down their top line. Sheep that are really nice in their kind. If you would, let's give them a big round of applause. I know there's going to be some scholarships and things at the end of the day, and we'll do the Supreme Drive, and we'll talk them a little deeper as we go. A great set of Southdowns. I'll go out and select your champion and reserve at this time.
Well, it has really been a good Southdown show here this year.
Your grand champion, Southdown U, is Emsley Russell, Tarrant County 4-H. If we could please have the parents of Emsley Russell come back to the back of the announcer stand, please, for some paperwork.
And the ewe lambs sweep the Southdown breed.
Well, those two were pretty awesome, so it's not doesn't come as some kind of surprise.
I surely couldn't argue with him there.
No.
What do I hit to mute us? Back. Mute me.
Your reserve champion, Southdown U, out of Class 1, Steely Blanick, Tom Green County 4-H.
And we're now into the Suffolk Breed. I think we only have 15 Suffolks or so in the show. This was a very popular breed several years ago, but it's lost some in popularity, and it's certainly sort of a unique breed today in terms of their phenotype and things.
Well, they sure got pretty black points. They look nice under these lights. heyday when we had all those Rambouillet ewes, but you know that has gone by the wayside, and now you don't have much demand for them for those making those good crossbred lambs.
Crossbred lambs, that's true. Yes.
That affected both the Rambouillets and the Suffolks in demand.
And even then, a lot of people were putting some Hampshire influence into their Suffolks, and those rams probably worked as good on those Rambouillet ewes. A little tougher sometimes.
Well, that was the whole point of it. They were a little closer to the ground and a little tougher made, and they lasted at least more than 1 year.
Yes.
They're an old breed. I don't know how they originated, but they've been around forever.
Didn't these come from
Class two,
Suffolk, England?
Suffolk Ewes, be making your way to the make ready pen, please. Class
did these
two,
not come
Suffolk
from
Ewes.
Suffolk, England? Is that where they came from?
England, I guess Suffolk.
Yeah, that's what I understand. Yeah.
Aged Suffolk Ewes, be making your way to the make ready pen. Aged Suffolk Ewes.
Sorry.
Yeah, these Suffolks still remain a little taller, a little more air underneath them than what we see in the other breeds of sheep.
Aged Suffolk Ewes, be making your way to the make ready pen. Aged Suffolk Ewes.
And he likes them just like they are in line.
Attention youth exhibitors. Please make your way to the Calf Scramble office in the Freeman Coliseum.
we get in this division, and I think we've got two to come to the top of the class pretty fast for me. The ewe that wins the division, she's the most complete in her design for me. She's the most elevated through her front end. She's the nicest from her chest floor to her flank. When you get to studying her, she has more true width and shape down her top. She's wider from stifle to stifle, a sheep that I just like the balance, like the design in her. If I could change anything of my top three, I'd like to make them all really truly black or about their points in terms of breed character, but I think they're all very similar in the way they're presented in terms of that, so that's where we're going to land the plane there. The ewe that we put in second place, maybe a bigger bodied ewe, maybe a ewe as you study her, she may be bigger in her rib cage. But as we study this gal, she doesn't balance up as nice from chest floor to flank. A sheep that's a little rounder through the lower part of her shoulder. A sheep that's just a little more mature in her look. But I think just body mass and width and just capacity, that pushes her up in the second position for me. The ewe that's in third, another one that's really a big body, big caged ewe, a ewe that's big in terms of just her internal capacity. She's level out of her hip. She does get a bit straighter off of her rear hock as we put her in motion, and that's why I put her in the third position. As we come into the fourth place ewe, another ewe, you appreciate the volume, the dimension that this gal has, the extra length of side that this girl has. She falls short for me as she starts to taper at her hip. She loses a little gas as we get in the last 1/3 of her body, and that's why she stands in the fourth position. The ewe that we round the top five off with, again, another sheep. You love the extra length and shot, a side view profile this gal has, the extra length of front end that she has. She just doesn't have the width and dimension that the top four in the class do, and that's why she rounds off our top five.
Placings for Class 1, Suffolk Ewe Lambs. In fourth place, Harley Bruckelman. Third place, Reese Hill. Second place, Reese Hill. In first place, Vivian Qualia. Entering the ring at this time will be Class 3 aged Suffolk Ewes.
We're now looking at the aged Suffolk ewe class. There were no yearling ewes, no two-tooth ewes in the show, as again result of that tooth deal where they shed at certain times, and so it doesn't. We don't normally have very many aged sheep with these types of sheep that are not. They don't breed all year long. Mr. Willoughby had talked about the leg wool or the fluff on those Southdown ewes. The Suffolk breed is actually a breed that has very little wool on their legs at all. Part of their breed character is that they won't have wool on the top of their head, and they won't have very little wool on their legs. So I'm sure he's analyzing breed character as well as he judges these. But they're certainly different when we get from breed to breed as to how much of that fluff that you can actually have on the legs of these sheep.
Yeah, when you and I were kids, the Suffolks were slick-headed and slick-legged.
Yeah.
And that was part of why the ranch people out there in our country liked the Suffolk Rams because they didn't ever have spear grass and stickers in their legs.
Yeah.
Or around their face, actually.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. Where the hamp would have a lot of wool on their head, and they would pick up a lot of that spear grass, needle grass, and things.
Yeah. And that was just one more thing we had to worry about.
We get into this big class of Suffolk ewes. We get into some discussions on this breed. It's kind of going through some changes and things, and we sure want to keep with breed character within the breeds that we're at, and I think we're pushing the limits at some times on this. And I don't know, how we end and how we go with it, but I'd sure like to see a bit more breed character in a few of the females that have hit the ring. The darker female is close enough for me. I like her ear. I like the shape of her head. Now, to say that she's clean in terms of not having any type of wool on her face or leg, I'm not going to sit and bark that tune. But I think that quality-wise, balance-wise, and the way she's put together, I think I need to use her to win the class, and she's close enough in her breed character for me to get her into that top position. The ewe that has been the best in terms of her breed character in this division is the one that we have in the second position here. I really love the way her head is shaped and how her ears shaped and just how she presents herself in terms of the Suffolk breed character, and I appreciate that for you, young lady, for bringing her to us in this division. This one's got that extra length of side. She's got that extra length of hip and front end. Where she falls short of our class winner. She just gets a little out of balance for me to get her into that first position. But I like a lot of things about her. A big, broody gal, really represents the breed very well in terms of breed character. The ewe that we have in third, another one. I appreciate the breed character that this gal has. She's not as clean-faced and as clean-legged as what our second place ewe is, but a ewe that does represent the breed very well. I like the volume and dimension that this gal has. I love how square-hipped that she is. This sheep falls in the third position for me. She just gets a little too broody and deep through her front end. If I could elevate her just so slightly through her front end and her chest floor, we could get her into the top pair. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Thank you, Mr. Willoughby. placings from Class 3 Suffolks. Third place, Harley Brockelman. Second place, Harley Brockelman. And first place, Rebecca Dunn. We'll now bring our first and second place Suffolk Ewes back to the ring for the selection of the breed drive. Your first place Suffolk out of Class 1, exhibited by Vivian Qualia. And your first place Suffolk Ewe out of Class 3, exhibited by Rebecca Dunn.
Attention in the barn, open sheep exhibitors. I'd like to update the start time for your show. Due to some conflicts between some other breeds, we will start your open show after the conclusion of the Hampshire breed and the junior show. Open exhibitors, we will start your show after we complete the Hampshires and the junior ring.
Well, again, the young people bring us another good set for this breed. This Suffolk breed is one that's been around for a long time, and we've had a lot of good qualities come out of this breed. And I tell you, the thing that excels on here is the muscle shape, the dimension, the trimness and shape of muscularity they have, and then they put it into a nice feminine package, and things. Every one of the ewes are very nice in terms of that. The two ewes that come out of the young division, we've got a ewe that's really right in terms of the way she's constructed through the front 1/3 of her body, out of her hip, balances from her chest floor to her flank, very nice. Like that sheep a great deal. The ewe that we get into the older division with, one that's a big-bodied, straight-line gal, comes square out of her hip. Maybe just like to give her a bit more flex out of her rear hock. The ewe that we have in second in that young division, another one. You sure appreciate the rib cage, the volume that this gal has, how square she is off of her hip, the soundness that she has off of both ends. A ewe that I really, really appreciate. And again, the one in the older division, another ewe. I appreciate the breed character of this gal. I appreciate what the young lady's brought to us, the length of side that she has, the big body and broodiness that she has. If you would, let's give these young exhibitors a big round of applause, and I'll select your champion in reserve at this time.
Your grand champion, Suffolk U, coming from Class 1, Vivian Page Qualia. Your reserve champion, Suffolk U, as well from Class 1, Reese Hill. Hampshire ewe lambs, please be making your way to the staging area at this time. Hampshire ewe lambs. Hampshire ewe lambs, you're fixing to go in the ring. Please be at the staging area at this time. Odd number Hampshire ewe lambs to the staging area at this time. Your class is about to go in the ring.
I met Fred Rose, and we drove out. Down where the I'll tell you that one in a minute. Langtree.
Well, in this set of Hampshire ewe lambs here, I suppose these are probably the odd numbers. There's 49 in this class, I think. But this is a very important breed to the meat industry, sheep meat industry in the nation, really. This Hampshire breed, as you look through all of the commercial ewes early this morning, of course, probably 95% of those ewes were probably Hampshires. And again, the Hampshire show here is, I think, one of the second largest breeds right around there. And so this is a very, very important breed of sheep.
Yeah, and you're going to see some quality in this deal.
Oh, very definitely.
Boy, after we watched them last weekend. Whew.
Yeah, all of our other shows are throughout the state of Texas are always large, and the Hampshire breed is large. But when you add that $10,000 scholarship that San Antonio gives, then you know you're going to have a lot of really excellent sheep show up.
Well, that's something to play for.
It is. This show has helped a tremendous number of young people go to college and develop their careers as a result of their scholarship contributions, and of course just a tremendous help.
Even number Hampshire ewes, please be making your way to the make ready pen at this time. Even number Hampshire ewe lambs, please make your way to the staging area at this time.
Yeah, my grandkids have had 5 of these, and I can tell you they come in handy.
Those scholarships, yes.
I don't know.
It'd be fun to just walk out there and take the 10 you wanted to take home and start.
Yeah, and if you had to pay for those 10, they might be
No.
pretty valuable.
Yeah, no, I didn't say nothing about that. No. You couldn't get them for the price of 2 new pickups.
That's probably true.
I think she can.
You know, if we'd have been shearing them lambs slick when we were at A&M in that little Southwestern, you and Frank couldn't have made me look so bad that first time.
That was fun, Norman.
Yeah, I know y'all set me up.
In that particular show Norman is talking about, we used some sheep there from the university, and they were wool sheep, supposedly.
Sorta.
And
I remember.
and you had to trim and block those sheep like were done well back when we all showed. But Norman, when he got his pick, he his pick
Y'all
the one they drew out of the hat for him, not one he selected.
We
wool,
drew.
his wool wouldn't even pull together. It was just hair, and poor Norman, he was already beat before he got started. But Frank and I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah, because they were champion and reserve champion showman, and I was standing there.
When I was running the wool lab in the sheep center, I go out one day at the Little Southwestern, and
Let's put our hands together for the exhibitors that are being excused from the ring.
we'd assigned sheep to all those students, and I went out one afternoon just to see how they were all doing, and I round the corner, and there's this Suffolk ewe on the table that was fitted as pretty as any sheep I'd ever seen. You know who had it? Gary Jennings. Gary Jennings, and I did not know Gary Jennings at the time. You know, I didn't know who he was. This ewe was beautiful. I mean, he had done a beautiful job. Then I had to put up with him for the next 3 or 4 years.
And he's now the executive secretary of the Southdown Association, isn't he, or something?
He is, but they're fixing to get a new one.
Are they?
They're supposed to, I guess, have met in Louisville, and I don't know what the situation is. They were going to interview several for that job.
I see. Yeah.
I think he's going to give it up.
I think. Well, I don't.
He's done that.
He's younger than us, but he's probably ready to retire, I'm sure.
Yeah, oh yeah. Gary's up in his 60s, mid-60s probably.
Yeah, probably. Gee whiz, it's just one good one after another as they come in the ring.
Yeah.
Gee whiz. Every once in a while, Frank, I want to say, no, wait, you missed that one. But there's so many good ones, you got to set a limit somewhere.
You have an even number Hampshire ewe lamb.
Here.
Your class is in the ring. Even number Hampshire ewe lamb.
He not get.
See, Frank was almost ready to say you missed one, too. I could tell.
Oh yeah.
But he got her.
Yeah, then he pulled it out.
You can miss one, you know.
Yes, sir. Anybody can.
Yeah, you go back and think, where was I when that one came by?
Well, it's not too bad in these shows where the numbers don't overwhelm you, but
Yeah.
in those weather classes, nobody's got any business out there by themselves, because you got one guy out there in the ring and you got 100 pros on the outside of the ring. Be like sending a guy out on an island and saying, okay, there's 100 guys out here with a rifle. When you get rid of them, you come back.
Well, and once you judge several hundred in a day, your mind, I've gone through there and handled 10 or 15, and you don't remember, get to that last one and think, what did I just do? You can lose your concentration. Easy.
I remember when I judged the weather show here several years ago, I was pulling just like the judge is here today. As they came in, I pulled certain lambs, and so I pulled this class of lambs, and then I went back through on handle on those, and I found a lamb, and I wondered, well, how did I miss a sheep? And I put him out there in the deal, and he won his class, and then he won his breed, and then he was grand champion lamb. And I thought, well, I guess everybody thinks I'm a real dummy. I didn't find him to begin with, but it just happens. I mean, it really does. That might be one of those times when my hands told me, hey, your eyes forgot something. I don't know.
Yeah, here I brag on you this morning, and now you make yourself human.
Been over, right? That's stout one. Didn't ting.
You know, in a class like this where there's so many good ones, you can just sort of, we all have personal preferences. And so, you know, you can just sort of find your preference and make them all that type, and that's all right.
It is all right if they are all that type.
Yeah. I think that's what most of us want out of a judge is consistency.
Yeah. That means the first one and the third one are supposed to be together if they're like.
Mm-hmm.
Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors as they exit the ring.
Huh?
Norman, we might could find 10 good ones that are just left the ring. That would be a good place to start as well, I'll tell you.
That's what I'm telling you. You just have 10 of them.
Good.
I think the judge is taking a break for a moment.
Mute us a minute.
He's trying to catch his breath.
First call, Class 2, Hampshire Two-Tooth Ewes. First call, Class 2, Hampshire Two-Tooth Ewes.
You're live.
Well, it's game on now.
if you enjoy watching a sheep show, you can't help but enjoy watching this one right now, because these sheep are just phenomenal.
Yep. The kind that you like is in this ring somewhere.
And I like the fact that we have probably third or fourth graders in here, and we've got seniors in here. That's mark of a good judge when he's judging sheep and not necessarily kiddos for what they actually can do. These old big ewes are a little bit difficult for a little child to handle, but
yeah, that's one more good reason to keep them on the move.
yeah.
17 good ones, boys. Ooh. See them better right here than you can. Better here than you can out there.
Well, this video work is phenomenal.
Yeah. They aren't going to get any shots this evening at the Super Bowl that are this close, even with all that great equipment.
Young'uns that are running those cameras are doing.
Yep, they're doing great.
Just look at the breed character in most of these ewes out here, and the foot size, the bone, the substance, the bold three-dimensional look that these ewes have. And, I mean, these are just tremendous females. If I were out there, I'd wonder which line do I really want to be in, because as good as these are, I can't tell which. Well, as we watch these walk away, look at the power in those females. Oh my, what a beautiful set of ewes now that are leaving the ring.
Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors. They're excused from the ring.
6, 7 good ones right there. Ooh. Okay. I didn't know what was happening.
Yeah, we had a new ring man out. Jerry in the black hat is one of those volunteers that's been working here a long time. He's always done an excellent job, but he was new today.
Did he not leave for, was gone 4 or 5 years, Preston, on the job somewhere?
I think that was Andrew. Not
Okay,
sure.
okay.
I don't remember. there are probably some different sizes in these ewe lambs, and yet they were not weighed, and so there could be 2 months difference in age or more in these. And
Well, this was an exciting class. This is one of those classes you get off and you get some judges that say, boy, I wish you were out here making the decision. But I'm going to tell you what, I'm glad I'm right in the middle of it because I think there's 5 of them you can land on and you could be real happy with whatever way you want to go. These top 3 are so close for me. It's just little fine things. If you look at those sheep, they're all constructed through the front 1/3 of their body exactly the way I like them to be constructed. I hope that you guys have seen kind of what I've been picking today. Those 3 sheep hit it, each and every one of them. Pattern, design, the way they move out on their feet and legs. It is just the little fine things that just separate them. The one that's the most unique and the most puts the most together is the young ladies in the dark shirt. This one is so opened up in her 4 ribs. She's so opened up in her body cavity. She's wide from stifle to stifle. And yet she's just got an elegant look that just I love, and I love the way she maneuvers around the ring. I think that one's really good. And then we come into the young lady's lamb, and she might want to knock me in the forehead because we didn't pick her on the move as we go around here. But when we get to studying this one just grows on me and grows on me and grows on me. This girl is so nice through her front end. She's got that neck tight at the top part of her shoulder. She lays good into her blade. She's nice in her balance and her design. She's as good as everything that we got in our class winner. She just maybe not as wide constructed as what that gal is we put in first, and that's why I put you in second. I think that's a real close pair. The young man in the blue shirt, he comes late into the class, and I think, oh, wow, we've just found her. This gal here just kills you when you come into the ring. She knocks you down in terms of her presence and the way she looks. This ewe looks better when she's in motion than what she does when she's stuck. It's a matter, I wouldn't argue with you, you run her to the top. It's a matter if you think she has enough to her. This ewe just doesn't have as much forerib. She's not blown apart as much in her flank. A sheep that just doesn't have as much just boom power. But that's one that I really like the design, the pattern, and look. I think 3 of them that are real good. Then you come in with the young man's lamb that stands there in fourth, another real good pattern one that's really nice in her chest floor. She's nice down her top, comes into a great big square hip. This one wins lots of classes today, but she gets a little shorter fronted. She just is not as elevated and elegant as what those top 3 are. That's why she falls in the 4th position for me today. The ewe that we put in the 5-hole, another one that's presented very nicely. She handles real good to the touch, a sheep that's stout from the ground up. Where you get to falling apart with her is when you study her in motion. She gets straighter in her blade. She gets straighter off her front knee. That sheep is not constructed as nice in the upper part of her hip as what the 4 above her are. Just like to give her a bit more flex off of her rear hock to get her in that top 4. I think a tremendous class from top to bottom. If you would, please show your appreciation. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Thank you, Mr. Willoughby. Placings from Class 1, Hampshire Ewe Lambs. In 10th place, Kaylee Griffin. 9th place, Cade Arnold. 8th place, Pierce Lawhon. 7th place, Kyler Went. 6th place, Corbin Garner. 5th place, Corbin Garner. 4th place, Cade Arnold. 3rd place, Stephen Moran. 2nd place, Reagan Miller. And 1st place, Alyssa Faust. Coming in the ring now is Class 2, Hampshire Two-Tooth Ewes. Class 2, Hampshire Two-Tooth Ewes. Class 3, Hampshire Aged Ewes. Please be making your way to the staging area. Class 3, Hampshire Two-Tooth Ewes. Please make your way to the staging area.
In this middle division, I think we've got a female that comes to the top for me. She's the ewe that's the most complete. She's the most solid in terms of her design. And when you get your hands on her, she's the widest down her top. And you study her at her base width and her center width. This one has more width and curvature to her body. She needs to win the class for me. I sure like the ewe. It's in second, one that's maybe got a shot more length to her. She's a little longer fronted. She may lay that blade down in her shoulder just a bit better, but she just gets a little narrow tracking for me. She gets a little flatter in her side, and that's why I put her in the second position.
Results from Class 2 Hampshire Two-Tooth Ewes. In second place, Sadie Buffy. In first place, Tatum Duncan. Entering the ring now will be Class 3 Hampshire Aged Ewes. Class 3 Hampshire Aged Ewes. If we could have our first and second place Hampshire Ewes back to the staging area, please. First and second place Hampshire Ewes to the staging area.
Well, in our older ewe division, I think 3 really, really nice females to come into the division. The ewe that wins the class for me is the young lady's sheep. This one's the most complete in her design. She's the most structurally sound on her feet and legs. Again, I like how she lays into the blade of her shoulder. I like how that sheep hits the ground off of her front leg. Really balances up nice down her top into a great big square hip. I really like the substance of bone and stoutness of features that gal has. Another one that's really stout in their features, stout in their bodies, the one that we have in second. I like how big-ribbed and big-flanked this sheep is, how opened up she is from end to end. This sheep falls short for me as she gets a little straight in her blade up at her front end, and as you can see the young lady showing her, that sheep doesn't want to get that neck up, and that's because the neck set's just wrong for her. Just need to get her a little higher up into her shoulder, higher into her neck set, make that sheep a bit more relaxed as we show her in the ring. The ewe that we round the division off with, one that really handles nice down her top, comes into a big hip, a big top, a sheep that's got some forerib in her and some dimension to her. Where she falls shy as she gets a little deeper through her front end. A sheep that hits too soft off of her back pastern for me gets too flat-footed as we put her into motion. A real nice set of 3. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Results from Class 3 aged Hampshire ewes. In second place, Tatum Duncan. In first place, Bailey McEntee. If we can have both of our first and seconds from the Hampshire breed back to the staging area at this time, please. First and seconds to the staging area at this time.
Who's speaking? Who's speaking?
As we come in this Hampshire division, I think we've got 6 out here that I'm real proud to have out in the ring. And I think if I was a poker player, I bet a bunch of you already know where I'm going, and I've already kind of played my hand in this breed. I do think there's 2 that are really, really good in terms of their pattern, their design, just the way they hook up and the way they handle and the way they maneuver around the ring and just the comfort level that they have in the ring and the comfort level I have with them. Your 2 ewe lambs will be your champion in reserve.
Your grand champion, Hampshire ewe, coming out of Class 1, Alyssa Faust. Your reserve champion, Hamp ewe, as well from Class 1, Reagan Miller. Rambouillet ewe lambs. Making your way to the staging area at this time. Rambouillet ewe lambs. Make your way to the staging area at this time.
Well, we're sort of changing modes now as we move to the wool breeds. We'll go into the Rambouillet show, and of course now we will the judge will be emphasizing not only body conformation but the fleece characteristics as well.
on the Rambouillet breed, you analyze them basically or evaluate them 60% on body conformation and 40% on wool. And so that's what he's going to be evaluating these Rambouillets on. Rambouillets came to this country, somewhere around the 1800s. And we use those to cross on the old sheep that we had originally when they came to and developed this country. And so they're responsible basically when we think about the state of Texas and the Rambouillets. Basically, or most of them came from Spain, and so the climate in Spain is a lot like the climate in Texas. And so that is our basic breed in Texas, has been for many, many years. I guess since I've been in the sheep specialist business, and I followed this when I first started. It was Rambouillet sheep and Angora goats. We lost the incentive program back in the early 90s, and Angora goat numbers started going down, and then we brought the Boer goat in to they replaced the Angora goat. Then we had many, many Rambouillet sheep, and they started going down, and we're going to be judging Dorpers here after the Rambouillets are over, and they're the sheep breed that's replaced the Dorper. So I've seen two major changes in the sheep and goat industry, the replacement of the Angoras with the Boers basically, and the replacement of the Rambouillet with the hair sheep. So we've made a lot of changes in the past few years.
I think the Rambouillet actually came from France, didn't they, Frank? And that weren't they?
The Merinos came from Spain.
Okay,
the Rambouillets from France, but all fine wool breeds of sheep or fine wool sheep. Yeah.
And Frank and I had an opportunity to comment on the Angora goat industry this morning, our Angora show, and Mohair, of course, the price of Mohair has just exploded, and it's really good. Wool is just it hasn't changed over the years nearly as much as that Mohair has, probably in terms of the value, but good wool is certainly still valuable. Those really fine micron fleeces are still good.
When we evaluate wool, there's several things that we look for, but probably your three price determining factors on wool would be fineness and staple length, and then the yield, how much clean wool you get out of a given volume of grease wool. And as I explained this morning on Angora goats, they grow mohair extremely fast, so length is not a problem. Their mohair is very high yielding, so yield is not a problem. So the goat industry, or the Angora goat industry, mohair industry, the primary price or the determining factor on them is fineness to determine their value. We have three fine wool breeds of sheep, I guess you could talk about. We have the Rambouillet sheep. We have the Merino, as we call them in Texas, the Lane Merino. And then you have the other sheep is a Debelay, developed out in New Mexico. The Debelay breed is a cross between a Rambouillet and a Delane. And there's not many Debelays anymore. We used to have a lot of Merino sheep in Texas. A lot of them were congregated around the Burnett area, Fredericksburg area. We don't have that many anymore. So of the fine wool sheep, the Rambouillet is the major fine wool breed that we have. But again, we don't have near the numbers that we used to have.
And the Rambouillet sheep today are certainly changed a little bit over the years. They're phenotypically, they don't look quite the same as they did back several years ago. Of course, there in Sonora where I live, we had the Rambouillet Ram performance test for years. We might have as many as 400 rams on that test at one time, and that was a little different look to that sheep than what we see here now. Good open open face on these sheep is really important, especially as they are on the range out there in our part of the world.
You can chime in anytime.
Well, as we switch gears a little bit and get in this Rambouillet division, the ewe that I'm going to use I think is the most complete in terms of her design. A ewe that I like the density of fleece she has and the crimp and just the color and the way that everything comes together. She's the most complete for me. The ewe that we have in second, I think very similar in terms of fleece quality. She's a little different in the way she's made. She's a notch longer necked and a notch longer bodied. But a ewe that maybe doesn't come as straight out of her lines, doesn't handle her back leg as well as what her class winner does, and that's why she falls in the second position for me. The ewe that we have in third, she's probably the most youthful ewe in the class. She's the one with the least amount of fleece in the class, but when you break that fleece open, she's dense in her fleece, she's nice in her fleece, and I'm going to go ahead and leave her in that third position. One that's a little complicated for me is the ewe that we have in fourth. This is a big, stout, rugged ewe that's straight in her lines. She just is not as dense in her fleece quality. I'd maybe like to change that about her a little bit. She's a little dirtier in her fleece, a little harder for me to look at, and that's why we leave her in the fourth position. The ewe that we have in fifth, one that you like in terms of youthfulness and design, I think one that's really nice to round off the top five. Let's give them a big round of applause.
I would like to bring something to your attention. If you will notice, all of these Rambouillet youngsters that are out here showing sheep have the same T-shirt on, and that T-shirt is in memory of one of their fellow showmen that lost his life this past year. The young man's name is Brendan Barnett, and he showed sheep with these young people, and they have decided to dedicate this year of showing to him because he showed Rambouillet sheep with them. They have the picture of Brendan on the front, and it says "Showing with Brendan," and on the back it has a saying, "A life that touches others goes on forever." And so I would also like to mention that Brendan's sister, Michaela Barnett Adcox, works here at the office at the stock show, and we'd like for all of y'all to remember Brendan. He was a great kid. They had a lot of friends here in this show ring, but we're thinking about Brendan. So a great deal that these young people are doing for their fellow showmen. Give him a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Well, these Rambouillet sheep, we will see quite a few two-teeth ewes in this class. I think these are two-tooths already. I'm not sure.
Yep.
And yearling ewes. And
One of y'all catch this mic when I drop it. I don't think they heard me.
Preston, this is a really nice lineup right here.
this really is a beautiful lineup of Rambouillet ewes. All the rest of the meat breeds are shorn slick, and so it takes a lot more time to prepare one of these Rambouillets. Hours actually are spent in what we call blocking. When Norman and I were doing it, we used to have to do this for all the sheep that we showed.
Yeah, it didn't
And
matter
Frank,
what it was.
Yeah, Yeah.
And thank goodness somebody came to their senses and we started shearing all the club lambs.
That is true, and I was not in favor of that as a young extension agent. I thought everybody ought to learn how to do that, but that's one time I was definitely wrong. The good thing now about many of the clippers that are used on these sheep to shear, a 9-year-old kid can take those clippers and shear those sheep, and
Yeah.
with these kind, it takes a long time.
Stretching?
Yeah, you use those hand shears enough, you get pretty good with them.
That's one instance where sometimes it's beneficial to get your hands on them because
Yeah, well,
sometimes what they
you can hide a lot under that clip.
they've disguised a few things sometimes or created a few things with that wool to work with.
Yeah, I bought one time at a big show, and when I sheared her off, her top looked just like a bad dream.
And the gentleman that is sort of the head ring steward out there that we introduced or we talked about earlier, Watt Wardlaw, I can tell you that when he was younger, there wasn't anybody better at trimming one of these breeding sheep. He and his brother had Rambouillet sheep, and Watt was sort of the fitter for them, and he was excellent.
Well, I thought it was John that was the fitter.
Oh, give me a break.
Well, he was fit for something. I don't know.
Yeah.
What? Yeah. Press the mute. You just
Get in the middle division. I think the combination ewes, the young man's ewe, really good in terms of her pattern and her design, just like the way everything's put together and the way she puts all the pieces in one package. Again, the young man who wins a class prior to him, he brings another good female to us. It's real similar to the ewe that we had in the prior class, one that hits the ground very nice in terms of structural correctness and design, a sheep that's nice in her fleece. I think a real nice one to put into that second position. When we get to the third place ewe, we've got a ewe that's a big-bodied gal, a ewe that has just an excellent fleece. When you break that open and you look inside, she does fall short just a hair in terms of design and pattern of the two ewes above her, but I think that she just has that extra about her to get her into that third position. The most youthful sheep that we have in the division's the one that we have in fourth, really elegant up through her front end, a sheep that handles her design and her pattern when she's running around the ring, a sheep that's very bright about her fleece. They've got her trimmed down just a notch tight, but a ewe that's really right in terms of her design and her structure. The ewe that rounds off the division, a big-bodied ewe, a big functional ewe, I think a real good one to round off the class. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Results from Class 2, Two-Tooth Rambouillet ewes. In third place, Crew Levine. Second place, Mason Munns. In first place, Briar Sherrill. Entering the ring now, Class 3 Aged Rambouillet ewes. Class 3 Aged Rambouillet ewes.
Well, again, this is really an excellent set of aged ewes in this breed. Frank, you were talking earlier about how the sheep numbers have changed in the U.S. and especially in Texas. When I moved to Sutton County as the extension agent in '79, I think there were about 55 or 60,000 Rambouillet sheep in that county. And today, I would guess that we'd be hard-pressed to have over 5,000 in the county. You probably know more about what the state numbers are. I don't know, but.
No, since I retired, Preston, I don't keep up with the numbers, but it's changed significantly, and I know that some of the big counties don't have hardly any anymore.
Yeah. Sutton County, Crockett County, Valverde County, Schleicher County used to have
If you would please
really
come to the
large
validation
numbers.
table at the Sheep Arena. Jewel Groves, Lampasas County, please come to the validation table at the Sheep Arena.
Yeah, people don't have to think that we quit liking Rambouillet sheep. We grew up with them. We always have liked them. They were the backbone of the whole sheep industry in Texas, but the labor situation has just about took care of that for us.
Yeah, it has. It's very difficult to find shears anymore for the breed, and they money can still be made with these sheep, especially as Frank was talking earlier, by putting blackface rams on these ewes. Those lambs are quite valuable. Those crossbred lambs are really valuable as they go to the feedlot and then into the meat trade.
Yeah, but we just don't have the help that it takes to play this game anymore. It's
just not there.
No, but it's not that we don't like Rambouillet sheep or realize their value, because they have been so important to Texas. But times change. You can waltz with the dinosaurs, or you can go on and do what's next, and so that's brought change.
It has. Yes. But for those of us who grew up with them, we certainly can have a great deal of appreciation for this show and for the quality of these Rambouillets that we've seen today.
When I started as a sheep and goat specialist, Rambouillet sheep and Angora goats that's all there were, and I thought that's all there would ever be, but I was mistaken on that deal. And so the Boer goat and the Dorper sheep have kind of changed all of that.
Certainly have, hadn't they?
I remember one time when all three of us were together, and I told y'all that I'd give $10,000 for a Rambouillet ram that would shed. Remember that?
Yes.
And y'all thought I was crazy. And now look what that ram would be worth.
And we still think you're crazy.
Yeah. That's okay. There has to be some humor in amongst us somewhere.
Of course, we had a fleece show there in Sonora for years, and actually the youngsters and the adults participated in that fleece show, and those fleeces were rolled and displayed on a white table, and they were just absolutely beautiful. And then we actually judged bags of wool, and that they split the side of that bag of wool and open that up, and it's just gorgeous.
Well, remember that silver bowl that you could get your
Yes.
name on if you won the fleece show at San Angelo?
Yep.
I don't know whatever happened to that bowl, but it was priceless. Today you couldn't buy it for $100,000.
Yep.
And all you ever wanted to do was have the champion fleece there one time so you could put your name on
Yep.
there.
It was a rotating trophy.
Yeah.
And your name was engraved on there.
Yeah. You didn't care if you got the trophy. You just wanted to have your name on it one time.
Who? Chris Berger, was that the one? Wasn't it Preston back years ago?
Right.
I always do well in that fleece show.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Chris Berger.
Well,
Remember Chris Berger showed those sheep, and Ray Glasscock from Sonora, and then of course Norman and his sister had the Delane sheep that they showed that were excellent. I mean, they were very, very competitive.
yeah, we took those fleeces off those show sheep to that show every year. The other thing I remember about those fleeces is that when the show was over, we took them to El Dorado by the wool place, and you could trade a fleece for a blanket. And I bet we had 10 of those pretty wool blankets in our house. And
They made there at that mill.
yeah, and,
woolen
and,
mill
and,
there.
and today I wouldn't know where there's one of them, but they were beautiful.
Well, and you remember when we were on the wool judging team at Texas A&M, the high team each got a Pendleton wool blanket.
Pendleton shirt.
Yeah, and a shirt.
Yeah.
And when I coached, you know, they'd give the coach one too, and I had like 4 or 5 of them.
Yeah.
And I don't think I got a one left. I don't know where they
I
all
don't.
went.
We get in the older division. I'm going to use the one that I think's the most complete and put some most good things into one complete package. She's a bit denser about her fleece for me as we break that open. And when we look at her, she balances up very nice. She's youthful in her look. I think really structurally sound from end to end. And I like the design and the pattern on each and every one of these gals. The ewe that we put in second, I think most closely follows the kind of our class winner, and I just think that's a logical place for me. The 2 ewes that we round off the division with are 2 big broody ewes that are real nice in their fleece. They're a little longer in their fleece. Sheep that are just big, bold, good-made ewes. I think a real nice class. If you would, let's give them a big round of applause.
Put it on Presley over here. She needs to.
Test.
She needs to comment. I'm getting.
Right.
Can you hear? Yeah, you can hear me now. Yeah, those 2 are laughing and talking about all these fleeces and everything. Well, we were all on that national champion wool judging team at A&M together, and that was just a joke for my side of the coin, because when those 2 got to A&M, there wasn't anybody in the whole country could beat them anyway. They just got more vicious all the time in their judging. They were 1-2. We had 2 national contests, one when we were in juniors and one when we were seniors, and they won them both. Some of us were on the team with them, but they were first and second both times, and there wasn't anybody was ever going to beat those 2. And it's no surprise that how all that worked out.
It was probably an accident.
No, it wasn't. One time we were supposed to be doing these rails. They put 20 pieces of a fleece, but this was mohair. They put 20 pieces in these little boxes, and you had to go by and decide whether it was kid or grown or whatever. Preston said, well, you don't even have to look at it. You just touch it. And I said, what? He said, you just touch it. And I said, oh, that's got to be baloney. He said, watch, I'm going to close my eyes, and I'm going to do all 20 of these. And so that's what he did, and he missed one. And I said, well, why didn't you tell me that before? He said, you ain't got no touch.
I told you earlier, that's the reason you didn't handle sheep. Your hands don't tell you anything.
Yeah. He said, you ain't got no touch.
I see we have 2 old has-beens out there on the validation committee, Roy Walston and Ronnie Lumpkins, county agent and an ag teacher. we really appreciate those guys helping out as well. I tell you, it's important to have all of those.
Presley sitting over here with Frank's headgear on. Is she gonna talk or sing?
Well, I'm not sure, but she is live, so she better be careful what she says.
I'm definitely not going to sing.
Oh my goodness.
Norman was bragging earlier on our video team here. I think it's worth saying again, they've not even taken a lunch break, and they've been out here and they've been at it, and they've done an excellent job. And I hope that you at home or who are watching can appreciate the hard work that they've put forth, because they've done an excellent job for the San Antonio Livestock Show.
There's no doubt about that. It's the best live feed I've ever witnessed at one of these events.
You don't know what a shoe is?
You don't want to.
There, I got a video for you. First place, Class 1 Ramble AU, Mason Munns. Coming out of Class 2, first place, Briar Sherrill. Class 3, first place, Kinsey Cornelius. Class 1, second place, Lila Pope. Class 2, second place, Mason Munns. And Class 3, second place, Briar Sherrill.
Well, as we get into this division, I think we've got a challenge here, or where you go and what you do. I think the two that I'm going to use are the two that are the most complete for me in terms of balance, functionality, and what they put together in terms of fleece and design. I think 6 really good ones. Let's give them a big round of applause, and we'll select your champion in reserve at this time.
That's me.
Test.
That's me. Well, now we make another change in terms of the type of sheep that we're going to be looking at. We've gone from the meat breed sheep, the South Down, Suffolk, Hampshire sheep, and then to the wool breed, the Rambouillet sheep, and now we move to the Dorper and white Dorper breeds, and they are 2 separate breeds. Some people think they're the same. They're not. They're 2 separate breeds. And as Frank was talking about earlier, most of the sheep now, most of the commercial sheep production in the state of Texas can be traced back to these 2 breeds of sheep. And they're people call them hair sheep. They're not really a hair sheep. They're a shedding sheep. They shed their fleece naturally in the summertime, and so this particular breed was developed in South Africa. It's a cross between the Black Persian and the Dorset, Horned Dorset, and the breed has just taken our sheep industry by storm here in Texas. They're such a diverse animal in terms of where they can be produced. They perform well on the West Coast, the East Coast, the semi-arid parts of the state. They just continue to do well everywhere. Again, we're taking a picture of these exhibitors as they honor this young man. Are you off, Norman?
Yeah, I'm off.
Well, that's a good thing. Oh, no, I didn't say that. Now try.
Now, yeah, here I am.
Okay, very good. We have you live now.
Well, those Dorper sheep in Africa, I saw 6 million of them when I was over there, and they're hardy and tough, and they're really, really important over there as well. But they're just a treat to be around. They want to survive, and that's a start right there.
Yes, they're moderate frame sheep. They're not nearly as tall. They're what I call a 3-dimensional sheep, and of course they produce a tremendous amount of red meat.
Well, those guys out there in
Attention
South
barn,
Africa,
goat
they knew
exhibitors.
what they were doing when they selected
From our
them.
indication,
certainly did.
everybody's arrived and in the barn. So we will be closing check-in the next 15 minutes. Goat exhibitors, if you have not checked in, you have 15 minutes to accomplish your check-in. If you have any questions on the QR check-in process or teeth, want some help on checking your teeth for the commercial doe show tomorrow morning, find a superintendent. We'd be glad to help you right quick. But go exhibitors, you have 15 minutes to accomplish your check-in.
You just heard the announcement for the goat show that will be held tomorrow. The commercial goat show will initiate the day, and then they'll, I assume, go to percentage boars and then to the purebred boars, full-blood boars.
Last call, Class 1 Dorper Lambs to the ring at this time. Last call.
You heard the last call, so I think it won't be long. We're going to be showing Dorper sheep.
I think you're correct.
Any of you wonder about where that name came from, D-O-R is for Dorset and P-E-R is for Persian. They just slapped it together and called them Dorper.
And as I said earlier, a lot of people like to lump them together and call them black-headed Dorpers or white Dorpers, and they're, the Dorper breed is a black-headed animal, and the white Dorper is a separate breed, and it's called a white Dorper.
Yeah, and if you ever work them in the pen, you'll know they're a separate breed.
Yes, that is true.
The black ones will all be back there against the back fence, and the white ones will be up there where they're looking at you. But they're both good, and they both got a place, and the people in the commercial industry that are really capitalizing on them are mixing the two.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, you breed the black ones to the white ones and then come back with another black ram and then a white ram. And if you don't do that, you're just throwing away that F1, because, I mean, F1's been important in genetics forever, and it's just as important now in this commercial trade in the sheep business. If you don't mix the two, you just leave $10 on the table.
We talked about how these two breeds have influenced the sheep industry in the state of Texas, well, throughout the U.S. Actually, there are some hair sheep in Texas that the Katahdins and the St. Croix and the Royal Whites, which are more hair type hair sheep, but and those are good mothering breeds. They do exceptionally well, but when you want to put a little more muscle and weaning weight in those lambs, then you have to stick a little bit of a little more Dorper or white Dorper in them.
Yeah, there's no doubt. All three of them mixed together, though, really makes a fabulous sheep.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, you can raise more babies and have really a lot of milk. Good mix.
That's what we should do. Is if we want to, one right after. Whites or black first?
Yeah, Doppers first.
I see Dr. Craddock has rejoined him, so we'll allow him to come back on
what?
On air here. I had you muted, and I didn't want the crowd to understand that that was on purpose. You know, we welcome your comments.
Well, sort of.
Well, Dan's getting closer.
I think.
How many blacks and whites do we have?
I think there are 59 whites and 58 blacks, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
Same number.
And I think they basically tied the Hamps for the second largest breed. The South Ends were the largest breed here, and then those other three breeds were 58, 58, and 59, I think.
Well,
and it hasn't been that terribly many years that we, of course, the Dorper breed didn't even come into the United States until, what year was that, Norman?
95.
95, yeah.
Oh my gosh, I don't want it
That seems like yesterday.
Well, yes, it does.
the Hamps and the Downs have always pretty much held their own.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Suffolk's not so much.
And years ago, the Ramblais
Oh, yeah.
were a very large breed here in the show.
But that's a pretty good group of kids that they just took
That's
a
a-
picture of.
yeah.
I didn't know there were that many that were.
Yeah, still participating in showing those wool sheep because, as we said earlier, that takes a little more effort really to fit those sheep.
Yeah.
I don't think any of the three of us who have fitted several, but I don't think we want to get back into that game.
No.
No, you know when you've trimmed a lot of them by hand when that hand piece breaks in your hand.
Well, have you ever just picked up one now and tried to run it for a little bit?
No.
You can't run it very long, I guarantee you. It
No,
goes
no.
to cramping up. And we could run all day long, you remember?
Yeah.
You just keep it going.
Yeah, you didn't. But I think that's because you. And then at that time we didn't know better. I think that has to do with mental capacity.
Okay, we have the sheep entering the ring now, and you can see that many of these sheep will be exhibited on a halter. That's just the breed itself sort of performs better that way, and so that's how we'll see several of these sheep.
And when they throw their little temper tantrum, you got a better chance of hanging on to them.
Maybe. Better not make any big bet on that.
I like to walk up to these little kids and say, "Has he whipped your fanny lately?" And they'll look at you, you know, and finally they'll say, or I'll say, "Has he ever whipped your butt?" And they'll say, "Yes, sir." I said, "I'm just going to see if you're going to lie to me because I know they have."
Yeah, that's an unfair question.
I know.
That question's loaded.
Yeah, you just want to see if they're going to tell you the truth.
Yep.
I got my fanny whipped by one over at Newsom's one day.
They can do it now.
I took the halt. I told Sydney, I said, "You take that cross and give me that dorper." And I pulled him one step to me, and he goes bananas. Right in the middle of me. Oh. First mistake.
And
I
as
was sitting in the chair.
well,
So
that
it
could have
came
been
right
it,
up
yeah.
in
Yeah.
my lap. And then he jerked that halter plumb through my hand. And the only saving grace was he jumped on Newsom too.
And as Norman said, the Dorper is not quite as docile as the White Dorper. The White Dorper really probably has a little better attitude. But it's amazing. These sheep are just like Brahman cattle or some other things. Once they surrender their head to you and they decide they're going to like you, then they're just big babies. They really, but any of them are capable of exploding again.
Yeah, just any time.
Oh yeah.
Dorper, Class 2, two-tooth ewes. Please be making your way to the staging area. Class 2, Dorper, two-tooth ewes.
Many of our judges today are not all that familiar with the breed, and so they're a little hesitant to come and judge these sheep, but they're just like any other sheep. I mean, you just, the same things are important in this breed as in most other breeds. the purebred shows or full-blood shows, there is a very definite breed standard that was set up by the South Africans, and there's some color issues and shedding issues and things like that that are important to the breed. But even as I've visited with the South Africans who've come over and judged several times, they will tell you the most important thing is the good sheep. We need not get too hung up on some of those
Little things.
little things, yes. And even the good South African judges will tell you that.
With all the lambs in one class?
Yes, I think so, Frank. Yeah.
Why not? Do it.
You will see some coloration in skin on some of these sheep, and that's perfectly accepted in the breed standard as long as it doesn't come out into the fiber. The skin can have those spots in it, and that's fine. Actually, when those sheep are in a fleece, which they don't ever get much wool on them, you would not even see that. You wouldn't know they ever had that skin color in them at all.
When we've tried to develop these standards for classifying, Preston,
Yes.
those spots have caused more problems among those guys that don't know much about Dorpers, and
Right, yeah.
you try to tell them it's okay.
Yeah.
Look at all those spots in the black. No, it's okay.
Yeah. And it's not that difficult if you're familiar with them, but
Yeah.
I can understand how someone who doesn't see them, and we, these sheep are shorn with a clipper blade that doesn't leave very much wool on there at all, and so that comes through.
The other thing that I've seen on these is, we say that they should have so much hair and not wool, and when you use those fines and all of it, it's darn hard to tell.
Yeah, it's almost impossible.
You think you can, but it's tough.
Yeah. Now, to the breed itself, that is very important, to have
Let's
those.
put our hands together for these exhibitors as they're excused out of the ring. Dorper, Class 2, two-tooth ewes. Please make your way to the staging area. Dorper, Class 2, two-tooth ewes.
Well, again, with all the as we saw with all the other breeds, this is an exceptional set of Dorper ewe lambs.
Keep trying to look out there, and I can see them better right here.
And again, these exhibitors are doing an excellent job in presentation. As we said earlier, sometimes these Dorpers have a little bit of attitude, and that's not quite as easy with, as it is with some of the other breeds.
I should have been.
Well, Frank, we talked earlier, or Norman, about how nice it would be to be able to take that top end of that set of ewes home and start a flock with them. Well, the same could be said right here. I tell you, that set of ewes right there would be an awesome start.
You think that cost you a little money?
I'd be to 35,000. That is.
Yeah, 35,000. That is a cousin, you think?
I'm not sure.
Well, an awfully exciting class to start this division with. I think 5 that come out and they present themselves very well. For me, the ewe that I'm going to use to win the division, I think she's the ones that's a combination ewe in terms of power, in terms of design, in terms of the way she is just made from front to rear. This gal opens up in her chest floor. She opens up in the width of her base and the center part of her body. and she handles that all the way from front to rear. And then when you put her into motion, this gal's the one that stays together behind her. And comes into a great big hip. I like her a great deal. One that's real attractive and hits you right off is the one that we have in second. This one maybe is just a notch taller fronted, a ewe that may be just a notch tucked up more in her chest floor, a sheep that really has got a world of muscle down her top into a great big hip. If you just split and fine-tuning things a little bit, this one just doesn't have as much base width, as much power in terms of her structure from the ground up, and that's why I put her in the second position. But I think one that's really good, really attractive, really good made. The ewe that we put in third, another one of those power sheep, a sheep when you get in front of her, as she's coming to you and she's going away, you appreciate all the power that she has. This one's a big-bodied, round-bodied sheep that has got a great deal of power from end to end. Where she falls shy of my two at the top of the class is she gets a little shorter fronted as we put her in motion around the ring. She gets a little deeper and rounder right at the point of her shoulder. The young man's sheep is a great pattern sheep. I really like the way this one ties into her neck and shoulder. I like the length of side that this gal has. Just falls shy a bit of just how much power she has in relationship to our top three. That's why she falls into the fourth position for me. Another sheep that we have that is a big hip, big butted one, one that's got a lot of volume, a lot of curvature of rib and body to her, is the one that we have in fifth. Just like to stouten her up in her chest floor just a bit, like to put just a notch more bone and stoutness and ruggedness to her to get her into the top four. A real good class to start this division. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Thank you, Mr. Willoughby. Placings for Class 1 Dorper ewe lambs. In 8th place, Brinley Halamachek. In 7th place, Nathan Ho. In In 6th place, Ethan Marshall. 5th place, Kayan Hanna. 4th place, Brody Raider. 3rd place, London Gravely. 2nd place, Hadley Maynor. And 1st place, Hadley Maynor. Entering the ring at this time is Class 2 Dorper Two-Tooth Ewes. Last call, Janine Gonzalez. Your class is going in the ring. Last call.
I'm going to get out of here real quick.
Move now into the two-tooth class of Dorper ewes.
think she was going to. So,
And many of us were familiar with the Dorset breed of sheep. Frank even used to show that breed of sheep, horned Dorset sheep, which you don't see too much in the U.S. anymore, but certainly that was a extremely meaty sheep. Most of us probably hadn't seen that Persian ewe. She's really sort of a fat-tailed ewe that
Class 3,
is almost
Dorper
a real hair
aged
sheep.
ewes. Please be making your way to the staging area at this time. Class 3, Dorper aged ewes.
And those Persian ewes, the only way that I can really describe those ewes is they're just flat ugly. Would you agree, Norman?
Oh, yeah. They're really ordinary. They're flat-sided, and they're
Let's put our hands
plain
together and
Jane,
give
and
these
their
exhibitors a round of applause for the
muscle
job well done.
makeup. But you got to remember, they used the Dorsets that were old school.
Old school Dorsets, just like Frank used to show.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because they couldn't weigh but 105 pounds, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, and 5 of that was horns.
But
those sheep were they were small, they were thick. They were just about as thick as they were long-bodied.
Oh, and a really firm handle to them. But that old Persian ewe, one of her characteristics was a really extended breastplate in her. And it's just amazing to me that we've been able to change these Dorpers and really make them way more eye-appealing with that in there. But through selection, that's happened, and that happens in all things.
I saw one other day, Preston, and it was still pretty evident.
Yes, and you still see it occasionally.
Not much.
Yeah.
Not
and
much.
and the South African breed standard accepts some of that because they understand that. And in fact, the South Africans are not. They criticize us for being a little bit too smooth-fronted in our sheep and taking too much breastplate out of them.
I told them when I was over there, you show me a good quarter horse that everybody likes and everybody wants to ride that has a big breastplate sticking out the front, and then I'll accept it.
You can't do it.
I just always say they don't have to be ugly to be good.
That's for sure. America was founded on quality. It wasn't founded on ugly.
This ewe that wins this class really boldly three-dimensional, isn't she really is. And yet has a beautiful front end and head in it.
That back end.
Well, we see phenomenal cutout data in the wethers in this breed.
Yeah, just take a look at the Houston cutout every year.
Every year. I mean, and they'll have a 60, 75-pound carcass that'll have a 4.5-inch ribeye in him, and that's a loin eye.
That picture that Justin had a couple of years ago, that was a beautiful carcass.
Yeah.
Got it somewhere on my phone, but I can't find it.
Yeah, I have it too.
Yeah, it's probably on my phone too, and I can't find it.
I know.
I probably can't find my phone.
It wouldn't do you any good if you could.
That's right. But it makes a good paperweight.
We get in this division real happy with the 5 we have. If we take the top 3 and we could shuffle them up a bit, and I've had them a few different places in the lineup. I think in my mind the one that's the most complete for me is the Young Ladies Lamb. This one's really complete in her design, the way she comes down her top out of her hip. For me, I like how she ties that neck up high in her shoulder. Where she wins the division for me is she opens up more at her heart. She opens up with more curvature and body. A sheep that's got just more mass to her from end to end. As she's coming and going to you, that's where she wins the division for me. A real heavy muscled, attractive one's one we have in second place. Love the power down the top of this ewe. I love the hip. I love the dimension of hip she has from stifle to stifle. A sheep that's very attractive, very fresh in her appearance. I think a logical place for me to put her in that second position. The ewe that causes me the most problem in this class for me to make the decision is the one that we have in third. This sheep, I love her from the side. She's really attractive, the way she ties her neck, her shoulder together, her hip, her design and functionality. When we start studying her and analyzing her, and this is getting pretty nitpicky on a real good one, I would like to give her some more forerib shape and give her some more curvature up in the front end of her forerib. I'd like to give her some more chest floor width. I'd like to see her a bit more rugged about her front end, and I've not said that about a sheep all day today. She is elegant through her front end. She gets just a hair refined for me. The sheep that we put in fourth, another one, power, power, power. You like that about that gal. That one's opened up at her heart. She's opened up at her base width and comes into a great big hip. She gets 2 round off both ends for me. And she wants to get ever so slightly break right behind her shoulder. That's why she falls in the 4th position for me. A real complete sheep, one that you like design and the pattern to her, is the one we have in 5th. This gal gets a little more advanced in her condition for me. She's starting to pack some fat around her tail. She gets a little waistier in just what she is for me today. Gets a little too mature in her look. But design, pattern, and look, that one's got a great deal of future to her, a great deal of value to her. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Willoughby. Placings in Dorper Class 2, two-tooth ewes. In 4th place, Maggie Spikes. 3rd place, Paisley Lord. 2nd place, Landry Lewis. And 1st place, Kirsten Reed. Entering the ring now, Class 3 aged Dorper ewes.
That's about as speckled as I've seen.
Yeah, we're now in the age class.
Are we? Huh?
Yeah, we just had the yearlings, didn't we?
Did we?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, even as dark-skinned as that ewe is, you know, if she had a fleece on her, you wouldn't even know that was there.
No, it'd be white as snow on the outside.
Beat on it.
Mm-hmm.
I know y'all see my best.
Again, on these older ewes, it appears that many ewes in this class are bred or bagging, and they're certainly just.
Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors as they are excused from the ring.
This particular breed really is pretty early maturing, and so they will mature and breed up quickly. Mm. Some of these ewes are beginning to carry quite a bit of body condition, and these ewes are this particular breed, they will stay in very good condition with very little feed, and sometimes it's very difficult to keep these older ewes from getting a little bit too much body condition on them.
The amazing thing to me, it takes very little to keep them.
Yes, they
good
just
shape.
Yeah.
Again, look at where they came from.
And that's why they do so well. Yeah, that's true. I mean, commercially, that's why they're such a valuable part of our industry.
They were developed in that environment.
Well, it's a fact when they made this breed of sheep, they hit a home run.
There's no doubt.
I personally wish now that one of the zoos would get those Altai Argalis over here so we could get some semen and breed those into these. You know, they always talk about sustainability, and part of that is that they can live and survive, be here in the future. And those Argali sheep, they've been over there and herded in Mongolia and Russia and in those Altai mountains. They've had everything in the world exposed to them, and there they are, just running around, no telling what kind of disease resistance we'd get out of that. Those rams can weigh 500 pounds or off those mountains.
I think one of them, Frank, is demonstrating her temperament.
They nose print easily or not?
You know, I've not done that very much, but back when we were having some of those ram sales, I had the opportunity to nose print some of these Dorper sheep, and most of them are okay, but some of them are not real easy. But I guess that's pretty well true of most breeds.
South Downs are probably the hardest, I guess, over all of them for me. I hadn't done enough Dorpers to know. A lot of sheep in that first one.
Yeah, there is. That's a lot of sheep there in that package.
We get in our older division, and I think we've got one out here that's just a powerhouse for me. She's one that's really good in her body design. She opens up with a great deal of width. This one's a wide tracking ewe, a ewe that's got that extra shot of length and power from end to end. Just like the stoutness and ruggedness and just the attractiveness that this gal has. She wins the class for me. The ewe that we put in second, one that's super attractive, super nice in terms of her balance and design. Again, love how she lays her blade into her. I like how she ties the neck up high into her shoulder, how straight and square she is down her top. A lot of guys might grab a hold of her and run with her, wouldn't have any problem with that. You look at the elegance and the design that she has. She just needs more power and stoutness for me to get over the class winner today. Love the pattern, love the design. That's where we come into our third place ewe. A ewe that is powerful. She's stout in her features. She just gets a little plainer in her look for me. A ewe that isn't overwhelming in terms of power. That's why I slide the one into second that I do. I do like the pattern, the design with her. If you want to slide her into that second position and follow our class winner, I won't argue that too much. Just took my opinion and went with the fancier, nicer pattern one for me to put into second. When we get into fourth, another ewe. Love the power, love the width. This one just gets a little plainer in her look. Maybe like to open her up just a hair in her chest floor to get her over that third place ewe, but a ewe that you do like the power. You like the design that gal does have. The ewe that we round the top 5 off with, a big-bodied ewe, a ewe that shows that curvature in her forerib and her rear rib, a ewe that gets soft enough out in her flank. She's just a little plainer in her design to get up above those top 4 today. Another real good class. I'm looking forward to the champion drive.
Results from Class 3 age Dorper Ewes. In 6th place, Granger Smith. In 5th place, Avery Walton. 4th, Brody Raider. 3rd, Kay and Hannah. 2nd, Heather Huff. And 1st, Landry Lewis. Entering the ring now will be the selection of our breed drive. So if we can have both first and seconds to the ring at this time, please. Out of Class 1, first place, Hadley Maynor. Out of Class 2, first place, Kirsten Reed. Out of Class 3, first place, Landry Lewis. Second place, Class 1, Hadley Maynor. Second place, Class 2, Landry Lewis. And second place, Class 3, Heather Huff.
Well, we have another that's illustrating her temperament as well. Nice champion drive again here. Just 6 excellent ewes out here.
get out in this champion drive, things get a little bit tighter than what I had in my mind when we first brought them out and as we did the divisions. I think that we get out here in their first place lineup. I really like the younger ewe, a ewe that's really got that extra shot of length to her. She's stout in her body. She's a sheep that's got a great design, a great pattern and look to her. The ewe that wins the middle division, another one. We talked about the pattern and design that this gal has and the extra body volume and dimension that this girl has. Ties that neck up high into her shoulder, one that's really attractive. And then you've got the older ewe, just a world of power, a world of shape, muscle from end to end. She's attractive, she's feminine in her design. I think it gets really complicated to me, and it just gets to where I'm going to lay my opinion of what I like. And I think the one that I do like, I like her a great deal. Let's give her, all these young people, a big round of applause, and we'll go out and select your champion in reserve.
Again.
Your grand champion door for you out of Class 1, Hadley Maynor from Gillespie County 4-H.
I don't think things got a lot easier for him there, Frank. I think
don't
when he brought that second up.
That didn't help his cause.
No, I think he's still.
He's going right back there.
Looky there, he sure did, didn't he?
Mutiny.
Your reserve champion, Dorper U, Hadley Maynor. Entering the ring at this time, Class 1, White Dorper ewe lambs. Class 1 white Dorper ewe lambs.
We now move to the white Dorper breed. Really strong ewe lamb class here in this white Dorper breed. They're just one after another that comes in that are extremely strong ewe lamb class in the white Dorpers. Mm-hmm. Now you're live, I think.
How many white ewe lambs?
I don't have a list handy, but I think there's.
I'm
working on that.
I count 6 in the middle. You count the outside.
There's 34 white Dorper ewe lambs.
Ooh.
Yeah, thank you. We've seen the numbers of these white Dorpers just steadily increase over the years, and as we were talking about the commercial sheep industry in Texas, the white Dorper is even probably more important to the commercial industry than the Dorper sheep, because a lot of people started with those fine wool sheep, and they put some Dorper type sheep, and so they use whites just because they like to keep their sheep white.
Mm-hmm.
And then, as Norman said earlier, a lot of the commercial people are crossing the blacks and whites back and forth, and so I think there's added advantages to each breed to do that.
I've heard different discussions on the parasite resistance between the two. Which one is more resistant?
I couldn't tell you that. I would guess that the whites may actually
parasite resistance between blacks and whites. Which one's more resistant, in your opinion?
I don't know, but the white ones stay healthier all the time in my house. I mean, them black ones can get thin.
Okay.
And I don't worm, so I guess that'd be part of it.
I think the important thing is, there's there was some early when these sheep came. Some people thought that they were totally resistant to parasites.
Yeah.
And that just is not the case.
No, it isn't.
Never has been.
Yeah, and the black ones will give you very little warning. Most of our other breeds of sheep, they get edema under their jaws and things like that underneath their abdomen. These things, they don't warn you; they just die.
I was talking to Wesley the other day and Angelo,
mm-hmm.
and he said he's got those royal whites, and he said he had a set of ewes that were 6 or 7 years old, and he finally wormed them for the first time of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And, of course, out in our area, we don't have to worm as much anyway because it is a semi-arid area. I think the thing is that can be selected for as well. I really believe that.
Yeah. Because we could create a monster just like we used to have, where you get them all.
Yeah.
Where every time they go in the pen, they got their mouth open.
Yeah, every 30 days. Yeah, it's something.
We don't need any of that.
No, we do not.
Oh, she's showing in the.
When the Galley brothers came over in Palestine,
mm-hmm.
and they started those hair sheep. Of course, it's wet as you know what over there. But they never did drench, and they let a lot of them die.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and selected for that.
Well, at today's lamb market, I really don't want to see too many of them die.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, let's sell them first.
Yeah, this lamb market is phenomenal today in the U.S., and certainly we're blessed.
And Angelo, the other day, I was talking to Craig Barton.
Mm-hmm.
He said he had a 7 or 8 year old mutton that had been around forever, and he took him to the auction. He weighed 200 and something pounds, and he brought $2 or $3. He said his check for that mutton was $611. He said, I sold 3 that day, and I could have bought 2 cows for what I sold those 3 for.
Isn't that unreal? Yes.
Unreal.
Well, and I guess these 60, 70-pound lambs are bringing close to $3, aren't they?
Yeah, no, $3.85.
Yeah,
Okay.
nearly 4.
Yeah, nearly 4 then. Yeah.
Yeah, the 67-pounders this week brought $4.03.
Gee.
Gee whiz, this is a beautiful, beautiful set of ewe lambs. Gee whiz.
Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors as they exit the arena today.
I could find 10 out of that group leaving the ring that I'd sure be tickled to have at my house.
Yeah, you don't have to have the 10 in the middle.
Yeah, that's right.
No, I mean, not to breed with.
Oh, no.
They bought her. Brought them to the sales. And
With who?
This may be the most uniform group of.
Go to the Dorfer kids?
This may be the most uniform group of
I think your son wants to do
selectees.
an interview with one of these Dorfer kids. Which one of y'all want to do it? Brian wants.
Class 2, two-tooth white Dorper ewes. Please be making your way to the staging area. Class 2, two-tooth white Dorper ewes. Please be making your way to the staging area.
These three left out here are just phenomenal ewes. What'd you say, Frank?
She had her knee in her way. I said, move, baby.
Yeah. Just boldly three-dimensional and yet ultra elegant. Just gorgeous ewes, all three of them.
We get into this division, a lot of depth, a lot of quality all the way through the class. The one that I'm going to use to win the class is the one that's a longer fronted, fresher fronted ewe lamb. Really like how she lays her blade into her. I like how she ties her neck up high into her shoulder. This sheep's the most youthful in terms of just eye appeal and look for me today. When you get to studying her, she opens up more on her forerib, she opens up more down her top, and comes into a bigger hip. That's why she wins the division for me. The ewe that comes into second, real close second, pushes her really nicely. Again, ties that neck up high on her shoulder, lays that blade in right. She just does not have the length and that extra shot of power that her class winner does. That's why she stands in the second position. A ewe that's really complete and fault-free is the one that we put in third. I like the pattern, like the design of this gal, like all the functionality to her. She just gets a little plainer in her look, and when you get your hands on her, she's a bit more disappointing in terms of her handle and her touch. Doesn't have that crisp shape and muscled mass that our top two do in this division. The ewe that we put in fourth, another big rib, big flank, big bodied ewe that comes into a great big hips wide from stifle to stifle. She gets a little plainer in her look. She gets a little rounder off of both ends for me, and I just like to give her just a bit more angularity and femininity to her to get her up into that top trio. The ewe that we round the top five off with, love the front 1/3 of this gal. She ties it together there for me. She comes square out of her hip. She gets a little plainer in her muscle. I'd just like to give her a shot more width to compete with the top end of this division today. Let's give them a big round of applause for bringing us a great first class in this division.
Thank you, Mr. Willoughby. Placings for our class number 1, White Dorper ewe lambs. In 10th place, Bailey McEntee. 9th place, Hudson Hohenberger. 8th place, Maggie Spikes. 7th place, Addie Holtzclaw. 6th place, Cheyenne Stratton. 5th place, Alyssa Faust. 4th place, Cheyenne Stratton. 3rd place, Carter Glass. 2nd place, Carson Cahill. And 1st place, Carly Rathman. Entering the ring at this time will be class number 2, White Dorper, Two-Tooth ewe lamb.
Junior sheep exhibitors, if you had a grand or reserve breed champion, here at the conclusion of our White Dorper show, we're going to have everybody back up here for a Supreme Drive. Don't come this way yet. We'll make a call here in a minute. Just want to give you a little bit of a heads up of what our plan is going to be. We're going to recognize each breed winner, present them with their buckles and banners, and then we'll bring the sheep in and have our Supreme Drive. So when we get ready for our Supreme Drive, we'll need each one of those exhibitors come back, and we ask for a parent to come along with them as well, too, or a family member of some sort to help hold those sheep while those exhibitors are receiving their banners and their buckles. So it's kind of give you a little bit of a game plan there. We'll be making a call for that here shortly. Just want to give you a little bit of advance warning.
Testing 1, 2. You don't have any? Okay. No, you.
I think we're live now. Well, this is the two-tooth class, yearling class, and again, just an exceptional set of ewes here in this class. Yeah, you should be. Oh. That's
Hello. Okay. I think what we've seen so far, Preston, is as far as the breed, this White Dorpers had probably been the strongest all the way through of any breed that we've seen.
yes, top to bottom, I would definitely agree.
I mean, some great sheep. We're sending a lot of good ones right out the gate. And that,
much more uniform in kind, too, in depth of the class, yes.
I think you're right. Uniformity, there's no doubt.
Yeah, this is
A lot more uniform than the Dorpers, I think.
and any of the other breeds.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Very definitely, yeah. Even the Hampshire breeds and the South Downs, as strong as those two breeds were, I don't think there's quite the uniformity
Oh,
that,
no,
that
you've
we
got
see in
too
these
much
breeds.
variation
Yeah.
in them.
Well, Frank, for people who appreciate the sheep and goat industry as much as you and I do, it's been a real treat to have the opportunity to sit here and look at all of these sheep and talk about these sheep today. It's been a thrill for me to do that.
Well, I think all three of us enjoyed it. So many times we get to see a class or two, but to sit here all day long and see all the breeds all the way through, it's been phenomenal. And
to see these great young people. I mean,
great kids and great sheep. It's hard to beat.
You just can't beat that. We've lost our running buddy here for a few minutes, so that's the only reason we didn't give him time to respond.
We can cover for him once. Tell you something. With him now.
She's just continuing to work, isn't she?
We can live with him now. Hey, big boy, what you
Class 3, aged white Dorper ewes. If you are not in the staging area, please begin to make your way to the staging area at this time. Class 3, aged white Dorper ewes.
We get into this division. Again, a lot of quality. The one that I'm going to use to win the division is the young lady's sheep. I think this one's a little stouter in her features. She's stouter from the ground up. When you study her, she's got more width and opens up in her forerib better than the rest of the class. She opens up into her rear rib and her flank and her hip. That's why she wins the division for me. The one that most closely follows our class-winning ewes, the one I have here in second. I like how she's put together through her body. I like the forerib, the roundness of body that this gal has, the softness of flank, and the great big hip she comes into. She gets a little refiner in her bone in relationship to our class winner, maybe gets a little plainer in her look, but I think when you study the fundamentals of her, this one is the one that needs to go into second for me. The ewe that we have in third, a ewe, I really like the pattern, like the design. Again, kind of a broken record. I'd like to open her up in her forerib just a hair to get her into the top pair today, but I like the power. I like the width that she comes out of her hip. We just need to open the front 1/3 of her up a bit more. Again, that is the repeat of what we have in fourth also. Like this sheep in terms of the way she comes from her loin back into her hip. She wants to break just a bit behind her shoulder. She gets a little just too feminine and refined for me up through the front 1/3 of her body. Need to open her up just a bit in her chest floor, a bit in her forerib to get me any higher in this class. The ewe that we have in fifth, one that does open up with a bit more rib cage, a bit more body capacity to her. She gets a little plainer and deeper through her front end. She just gets a little lower fronted. That's why she falls in the fifth position to me. The ewe that we put in the sixth hole, another one. Body curvature, the capacity that this gal has, the width that she has, sure appreciate that about her. Gets a little plainer in her look. She gets a little far along in her maturity for me to get her up higher in the class. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Entering the ring at this time is Class 3 White Dorper Aged Ewes. If you had a first or second in the previous two classes, please make your way to the staging area at this time for the selection of the Grand Champion and Reserve White Dorper Ewe.
Well, again, an excellent set of aged ewes that are leaving the ring now. Just a tremendous set of aged ewes in this class.
Just a tremendous set in the breed itself.
Yes.
All ages. Great, great show. Would you take the lambs out of those 6 ewes, Preston?
In a heartbeat.
Uh, interesting. All bagging too.
Yes, they are. Yeah, obviously they are pretty far along in gestation. They're going to have lambs very much longer.
That old Hampy this morning may already have lambed.
She may have, yeah. I think it will be really interesting to hear the comments from our judge on the championship drive here, because I think that this may be as difficult a decision. It'll be interesting to see. I think he's got 3 extremely good sheep in his champion drive.
We get in this last division, and I think there's 3 at the top of the class that I could land about anywhere I wanted to go there. I'm going to use the ewe that kind of follows the pattern that I've been in this Dorper division. She's the one that opens up with more power. She's the one that opens up with more power through her forerib, a sheep that's stouter in her forearm. And when you look at her, she opens up with more width and power in the front part of her body, and then carries that all the way through her hip. She's not as far along in terms of her pregnancy, which gives her a little bit of an illusion there that she's not as deep in her flank as what these other gals are. I truly believe she is. She's soft enough flank for me. That sheep is powerful, powerful, powerful. The 2 ewes that we come into, second and third in the division, they're very similar in their kind. I like how these sheep tie up through their front end, how they lay in the blade of their shoulder. Their neck comes up high in their shoulder setting. Sheep that are very nice through their front end actually would like to just stouten them up again, like to make them a little more rugged and powerful through the front 1/3 of their body. But when you get back on both of them, they're straight down their top. They come into a big square hip. They're very athletic and right in terms of their feet and legs, like that a lot about them. The ewe that we come into 4th, this one is really powerful down her top. a sheep that's got a great deal of muscle and mass. She gets a little deeper through her front 1/3, a little more mature through her front 1/3, but has that extra length of side and just has that extra power to get her into the 4th position over the 5th place sheep. The sheep that we have in 5th, I love the rib shape that this gal has, the softness of flank she has, how square she comes out of her hip. Just not enough power to get into the top 4 today. And then again, we come to our 6th place ewe. Just one that's a little plainer in her look, really handles nice to the touch. She just doesn't have the size, the power, and dimension to get over these top 5 in the class. Let's give them a big round of applause for a great class and a great Dorper division.
Placings out of Class 3 White Dorper aged ewes. In 4th place, Maggie Spikes. 3rd place, Carter Glass. 2nd place, Alyssa Faust. In 1st place, Addison Hohenberger. If we could have all 1st and 2nd place White Dorper ewes come to the ring at this time for the selection of champion and reserve White Dorper ewe. If you have a breed champion, or reserve, please make your way to the staging pen at this time. Breed champions and reserves, please make your way to the staging area at this time. Coming out of Class 1, 1st place, Carly Rathman. Class 2, 1st place, Carly Rathman. And Class 3, 1st place, Addison Hohenberger. Second place, Class 1, Carson Cahill. 2nd place, Class 2, Carter Glass. And Class 3, 2nd place, Alyssa Faust.
In this champion driving the White Dorper breed, what a powerful set of females. It's really neat to look at how production-oriented these sheep are. Moderate frame sheep that are just elegant ladies that just scream production and mothering ability to me. Just a beautiful, beautiful set of ewes. Well, as this champion drive is going on here, I have a real opportunity to interview one of our young exhibitors here in the show. I have Briley Rader with me here from Gillespie County 4-H. Briley's a former scholarship winner here, and she's been showing all day as well. But Briley, it's really good to have you here with us this morning. How long have you been showing sheep?
I've been showing for 10 years.
I knew it was a good while. Does your family actually produce sheep?
Yes, we do. We raise Dorpers in Southdowns.
And I knew that because Briley's family is very, very active in sheep production. They've been raising sheep for years, a foundation family in the sheep business there in Gillespie County. Tell us some of your most fun experiences while you've had the opportunity to show these sheep.
One of my most fun experiences was showing my U jackpot here in San Antonio and winning the scholarship.
That makes everything fun.
Wow, what a
doesn't it?
division to end
We'll
up
wait
with.
for just a minute
really
till I hear our
6
judges'
strong
comments.
Ewes out here, and the 3 out here. I can land on any of the 3 and be very happy. I think the 3 class winners, they open up with a great deal of power. They're right in terms of their way their body is shaped, the way they move around the ring. I think they put a lot of good things together, and the second lineup pushes them really hard. There's one that hits me a little easier than the other. Just hits me as in terms of movement around the ring, just a little bit easier for me, and has that power and has that mass. Let's give him a big round of applause, and we'll select your champion in reserve.
Your grand champion, White Dorper Ewe, Addison Hohenberger, and your reserve champion, Carly Rathman.
Okay, Briley, I have you back just for a few minutes because Briley has to come back into the champion drive. So tell me a little bit about, are you a senior now this year? Did I understand that?
No, I'm actually a sophomore.
Oh, okay, good. Well, I didn't think you could be a senior yet. And what are your plans? Maybe do you have a college plan already?
No, I don't, but I know I want to go to a junior college and judge livestock and then transfer to A&M.
Wonderful. That's good to see that you're going to remain in agriculture, and especially now I know that you show some other species as well. What's your favorite?
Sheep are my favorite.
I can understand that because you've been very successful in the sheep ring. Briley, it's been good to visit with you. I know you've got to get away. I'd like to visit with you some more, but thanks for coming and visiting with us here at this, a former scholarship winner and a great young lady here.
Thank you for having me.
All right, everybody. Welcome to the 73rd Annual San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Junior Breeding Sheep Supreme Drive. My name is Ryan Coble. I'm the Vice Chairman of the Livestock Committee out here. We want to congratulate all the exhibitors for their achievements. We want to thank all the parents and family members, county agents, 4-H advisors, everybody that helped these kids get along to where they're at now. We'd also like to thank Audra Schultz leading the subcommittee back here with her vice chair, Dr. Edward Dick. We can give them a round of applause for making this show possible. To date, San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo has an educational commitment of over $232 million. Today, we're going to add to that. So we're fixing to roll right into our scholarship presentation right now.
We're going to go ahead and start with our awards presentation, starting with the Reserve Grands, and then continuing on to our Grand Champions. Reserve Southdown, Steely Blenick, Tom Green County 4-H. Reserve Grand Champion Suffolk, Reese Hill, Chapel Hill. Your Reserve Grand Champion Suffolk, Reese Hill, Chapel Hill FFA. Your Reserve Champion Hampshire, Reagan Miller, Denver City FFA. Your Reserve Grand Champion, Ramblay, Kinsey Cornelius, Crosby County 4-H. Your Reserve Grand Champion Dorper, Hadley Manor, Gillespie County 4-H. Your Reserve Grand Champion, White Dorper, Carly Rathman, Lynn County 4-H. I'm going to move into our Grand Champion Awards. Grand Champion Southdown, Emsley Russell, Tarrant County 4-H. Your Grand Champion Suffolk, Paige Qualia, Valverde County 4-H. Grand Champion Hampshire, Alyssa Faust, Lampasas FFA. Your Grand Champion Rambouillet, Briar Sherrill, Hockley County 4-H. Grand Champion Dorper, Hadley Manor, Gillespie County 4-H. Your Grand Champion White Dorper, Addison Hohenberger, Blanco County 4-H. Your reserve champion Southdown, Steely Blanick, Tom Green County 4-H. Your reserve champion Suffolk, Reese Hill, Chapel Hill FFA. Your reserve champion Hampshire, Reagan Miller, Denver City FFA. Your reserve champion Rambouillet, Kinsey Cornelius, Crosby County 4-H. Your reserve champion Dorper, Hadley Manor, Gillespie County 4-H. Your reserve champion White Dorper, Carly Rathman, Lynn County 4-H. Your grand champion Southdown, Emsley Russell, Tarrant County 4-H. Your grand champion Suffolk, Paige Qualla, Valverde County 4-H. Your champion Hampshire, Alyssa Faust, Lampasas FFA. Your grand champion Rambouillet, Briar Sherrill, Hockley County 4-H. Your grand champion Dorper, Hadley Manor, Gillespie County 4-H. And your grand champion White Dorper, Addison Hohenberger, Blanco County 4-H. Let's give all these champions and reserves a big round of applause today.
Well, I'm sure excited about being in this arena right now, and I've been excited since the first class we walked into today. We've seen a lot of quality come through a lot of classes, and that's exciting for me. I know you guys didn't come to listen to what I have to say. You came to see your young people and how they get along in the ring. But I do want you to know the quality's been extremely good. The young people have done a fantastic job. And they all should be commended on that for bringing us great projects. And as I said earlier in the day, I would not argue with anybody if you came in and said, you know, you put my favorite sheep third in class or fifth in class, because there's been a lot of quality, and it's just where you land your priorities of where it is. This is where I landed my priorities today. I'm real satisfied and excited with each and every one of them that I have out here. I would not be bashful to use each and every one of them for grand of the entire show. So if you would, let's give them a big round of applause for a great set of kids and a great set of sheep. You know, one thing, we started these stock shows hundreds of years ago, and I'm sure a lot of it was, you know, for the fellowship and to come together and make a better product, make better livestock, and the fellowship of it. It's kind of evolved, and it's evolved into a great youth project, and brings a lot of good things to the kids, and it's a great project. And you know, this is the first show I've been to where you give so many dollars worth of scholarships, and I think you ought to be awful proud to be involved with that. And I said earlier today, if you get a chance to thank those people that donate that money, and you get a chance to thank those people that volunteer here and do the show, you need to do that, because this is a great event, and you guys have got a great opportunity. And last but not least, I'm not one of a big, long speech. It's an honor for me anytime that I get to go in there and evaluate the stock and get to give you my opinion. A lot of people don't want to hear my opinion, and that's fine. We'll go along with that. I gave you 100% of what I have today, and I know you kids gave me 100%. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I look forward to going out here and selecting your grand and reserve. Again, let's give all the volunteers and the kids and the livestock a great big hand.
Your Supreme Champion breeding ewe, Alyssa Faust, Lampasas FFA. Well, as we come in and we select our reserve grand champion, there's lots and lots of quality, lots and lots of places we can go. One thing I do need to do before I forget, and I'm glad I had this second opportunity here, I want to thank my wife for coming with me to the show. She's made it a lot more enjoyable. I've had somebody to travel with. Yeah, give her a big round of applause, because she deals with a whole lot. So, the one that we're going to use for reserve, I don't think we back up any when we come in terms of quality and the way they're made and the way they're constructed. Again, let's give the kids a big round of applause. Thank you for having us, and I'll select your reserve grand. Your Reserve Supreme Champion breeding ewe, Reagan Miller, Denver City FFA.